Welcome to the final event of the 2023 DBNI regular season. The season's best Virtual Diplomacy League players are battling it out in the 2023 season VDL Championship game, while the Cats are away, the Mice will play in the 2023 VDL Rookie Showcase. Tonight, the fourth Virtual Diplomacy League champion will be crowned. It's Super Saturday. Let's get to it right now.
Now there ain't nothing to it, go ahead and bring Goliath on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you, I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcilable, so ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions, know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that, yo. Here we go.
I'ma show you who I am unbreakable. I'm a big gun, but still watch me escape.
Greetings to our diplomacy players all around the world. My name is Brian. I'll be your host tonight on the Diplomacy Broadcast Network's coverage of the fourth ever Virtual Diplomacy League Championship game. Tonight, we've got a veteran crew that I am welcoming back. First up, longtime League Night broadcaster, analyst, and friend of mine, Adam. Welcome to the stage.
Great to be here, Brian.
And we also have a fellow co-host of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network, Brandon Fogel. Brandon, welcome on to League Night.
Hey, Brian.
Happy to have you both here, and we'll probably have some other analysts joining us later on in the broadcast. Tonight, our broadcast team is, it would be unfortunate if I did not also mention we've got an extended broadcast team today. Robert Schupa and Ed Sullivan have been on the sideline giving us some recordings and insight into the events, or they will be giving it for the Virtual Diplomacy Championship game. And we're really grateful to have all of them and their coverage. That's one of the best parts of these broadcasts. And I'd like to thank each of you for watching and give a shout out to Dip Chat as well. Dip Chat's one of my favorite parts of this broadcast. Definitely encourage you to, if you're able, log on to our YouTube or Twitch stream and join in chat. We've got a fantastic community and would hope you're able to be a part of that. So tonight we got two games. We're doing the Rookie Showcase first, and then the Virtual Diplomacy League Championship game. Before we get into all of that, I thought I'd start out just kind of giving an overview of the league for those who may not be familiar. This is a big game, and it's produced some really good games in the past. Brandon, you've got a little bit of experience playing in these championship games. What's it like as a player of, can you kind of walk us through the format of the Virtual Diplomacy League and what it's like to be a player to make it to this stage of the game?
Yeah, sure. So the Virtual Diplomacy League was the invention of one Zachary Moore, a fellow co-founder of DBN. And at the beginning of the pandemic in 2020, Zach was a pioneer of putting face-to-face games online through voice in Discord. And at first, it was just Minnesota games, and then the Chicago hobby sort of glommed on. And then I figured out that lots of people all over the world would want to do this. And it became the Virtual Diplomacy League. And in over these 4 years now, it's become pretty well standardized. There is a match day every month, starting in March and finishing in December. So that's 10 match days per year. And a match day involves 3 rounds over the course of about 24 hours. At least one that is convenient for every area of the world, usually 2. So there's one that's overnight in North America, convenient for Australia and Europe. Then there's one in the morning North America, convenient for North America and Europe, and then one in the evening North America, which is convenient for North America and Australia and the rest of Asia Pacific. So over the course of those 10 games, 10 match days, I should say, people play as many games as they would like to. And this year, I think we had a record of 21 games by Cody Green, who we'll see in the Rookie Showcase tonight. I think Cody did something that only a few people have done, which is to play 3 games in one match day. And I believe Cody did it twice. So Cody is definitely the Iron Man of the season. So the games are scored according to Open Tribute, which is a scoring system that Brian, you and I, and several other Chicagoans helped develop. And it's a scoring system that prioritizes topping the board. So the board topper gets significantly more points than everybody else on the board. Survival is also important. So players have lots of different things to play for. The top 3 scores of the season are added together, plus the average of the rest of the scores, and that creates a standing score. So there's incentive for people to go for it. And you can get a decent standings position with only playing 3 or 4 games. And that happened. Several players on the top board only played 4 games this season, which is remarkable and a testament to their ability. So at the end of the season, then the top 7 players in the standings face off in a top board to take it all. And there have been 3 of them so far. I believe it's an illustrious lineup of winners, if I do say so myself. The first one was Tanya Gill, when Tanya still enjoyed playing virtual. We're still hoping to get Tanya back. She's been on lots of world travels for the past 2 years, so it's not just that she prefers in person. So we're hoping to get Tanya back, but she dominated season 1, dominated the top board. It was an impressive one. The next year, Nicola Taillé, who was a rookie, went into I believe he was either the top seed or the second seed that season, picked France, and had a really impressive top board performance. I was on that board, and Nicola is a frustrating player to play with because he is so good. I was Italy to his France, and lots of fun stuff happened in that game. Also on that board were 2 other players whose names we'll hear later tonight, Ben Kelman and Michalis Kamaridis, because they both made this season's top board as well. And then finally, last season was a different game. The first 2 championship games, I think, had a lot of intrigue. Last year's was over before it really got started, thanks to some trickery on my part. So Nicola was on the top board along with Michalis last year, as well as me, and I managed to get the best of them in the championship game. So I'm the defending champ, but I did not contest this year's league. I took this season off and left it to Nicola Taillé, who once again is the number 1 seed going into today.
Yeah, one of those players with only 4 games. One of my favorite things about the Virtual Diplomacy League is how wide and international it has become. In this season, we had 87 players, 42 total games. And then in real life, not diplomacy terms, we had 18 countries represented, at least 18. Those are the ones that our players have reported to DBN that we're aware of, representing 5 continents across the world. So truly a global hobby that Zachary Moore and the team have put together. All right. Well, next up, let's take a quick look and recap. I like to do this at the end of every season, kind of get a feel for what the meta might look like. So in the 2023 season, we've got a comparison here on the first column shows 2022, and then we're comparing the results in 2023. We see the percent top share by power. And there's a giant statistic here that stands out to me, and I think will for most players who have been playing diplomacy for a long time. Adam, I'm going to go to you. What is most remarkable about these statistics?
I get to play the part of Captain Obvious. Is that what you're saying, Brian?
I am asking you to start with Captain Obvious and help tell the story.
Well, I mean, I think we can all look at the yellow and wow. I'm honestly shocked by that. I never would have expected Turkey to be doing this well and have the highest top share of any power. That's really interesting, right? I guess AIRs are out of fashion, or if they're still in fashion, they're not very effective. Turkey can be a boom or bust power, but to see it go up that much from year on year is really interesting, and it really does suggest that there is some sort of change in the way people are either thinking about playing Turkey or thinking about playing the powers around it. And actually, if you can go back 1 second, what I also notice around that is Italy dropping down to really being our worst performing power, and by quite a bit, and that really probably that it's not really a flip flop, but that up for Turkey and down for Italy certainly says something pretty interesting.
Yeah, and that story kind of continues when we look in our power stats. So this is our centers above average by power. So we've normalized all of the statistics and then are showing how they compare, their averages compare against each other. And I think the call out again, we've got Turkey going up 1.7 centers above the average of the rest. You compare that, the closest would be the performance we saw from France in the previous year, and France coming back towards that average this season. But as you pointed out, not a great season for Italy in this season's DBN, or in the Virtual Diplomacy League. Brandon, what stands out to you? What's the storyline you're seeing in those games?
To be honest, it demonstrates one of the things I love about diplomacy, which is that it's complex enough that the mechanics that exist within the culture and within the communities that play it can actually be more important than the intrinsic dynamics of the board itself. And so what you see here, I think, is a community that recognized that Turkey was undervalued and found a way to value it higher. And same with Germany. Germany's performance improved there as well. It's an example of how the game can just be rebalanced through changes in the culture, or the meta, as we like to call it. I'm a little sad, though, I have to say, that that France's performance wasn't knocked down more. It showed up in the centers, but not in the top share stats. So, Adam pointed out that it looks like Turkey's improvement largely came at the expense of Italy rather than out of powers in the West, which just shows to me that France does have some intrinsic power that the hobby has not sort of fully digested yet.
Actually, England was down 10% too, which is, I think, a little bit surprising to see. So
Germany.
Yeah, I also would like to, before we read too much into it, let's see what happens next year, and if this is just an anomaly, right? I mean, we might see some regression to the mean, and this might just be the way things went this year, and it's not really a meta; it's more of just a statistical anomaly. So let's hold off, too much judgment. But it really is fascinating, and it's frankly, as someone who personally loves the central powers in the game, it's disappointing to see how lousy Italy is doing. So maybe we'll see something different on the top board today. Italy does have a tendency to be really beloved on top boards and to do really well. So that will be interesting.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, one of the people on the top board, Michalis Kamaridis, also a DBN personality, loves to tout the virtues of the Kraken, the IT. And, I think for him, he's somebody who could look at those stats and be like, the problem here is that Italy and Turkey look at it as a zero-sum game between the two of them, and it doesn't have to be. Right? Just people need to do more Krakens, and then Italy and Turkey can both do better together.
Well, we are going to see. I think one of the things that's been interesting to me doing this, we're going on 4 years now of these broadcasts. Sometimes there'll be a shift in the meta towards the back half of the season that does not always show up in the statistics. So will our players continue on trend, or will we see some adjustments in the games we're going to watch tonight? We'll have to watch and find out. The other thing I'll point out is these are just for the audience who watches both League Night and our Game Day Live coverage. These statistics were filtered to just Virtual Diplomacy League. They're not inclusive of all DBN games. When we do the DBNI, spoiler alert, we will get a chance to see what the overall statistics look like in a similar manner. And I always like to compare those two. I think it's fascinating to compare a specific player group who plays together frequently with the larger hobbies as a whole. All right. Well, that's enough chatter from us. I'm going to say let's go ahead and take a look at our first game tonight. We're going to look at the Rookie Showcase. So while our players are away, or our top players are away, we've got a opportunity for the newer players to kind of show off their skills a little bit. And we've had some fantastic players almost every single season. There has been a breakout performance from some of the participants in the Rookie Showcase who have gone on to do fantastic things the following season. So these are all players to watch. And let's take a look and see who we've got in our game right now. So tonight's Rookie Showcase, we've got in Austria Ian Rudnick, England's Finn Wright, France we have Micah Blom, Germany Kevin Fernandez, Italy Isaac Jukes, Russia we've got Tommy Anderson, and Turkey we have Cody Green. A few of you may recognize a couple of these names and say, hey, those aren't rookies. We had a couple of cancellations and had some players jump in, so this game would happen. We will take the game in the spirit of giving those rookies who are participating the opportunity to show off a little bit. Brandon, I'll start with you. Anything you want to call out amongst these players?
Yeah, Micah Blom stands out to me right away. Micah had a really fun VDC a couple weeks ago and came very close to making the top board. And I believe she is a true rookie, at least in terms of the virtual hobby. So you know, if fun stuff happens here, I'll be looking at Micah Blom in France to be one of the instigators.
And Adam?
Well, we were talking about this earlier, that Cody Green is actually a rookie in spite of having played so many games. I found that hard to believe, but he's had some ups and downs in his games. I had the pleasure of playing with him in person at Weaselmood. He's a sharp guy, and I think he's in that corner position, could be in good position for this game. We've also seen some really interesting stuff out of Isaac over the VDL season, so I'm excited to see how he performs as well.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to it. Let's go ahead and pull up our spring of 1901 now. I say that as I don't quite click the button. There we go. All right, first up, Brandon, I'm going to have you start off on play-by-play and with analysts, and then we'll switch every other year.
All right, I've got a barking dog in the background, by the way, so I'll mute myself when I'm not talking. But hopefully you can still hear me. All right, so eyes are drawn immediately to the bounce in Burgundy. Typically, that sort of thing is arranged, and given that Micah sent the other army north to Picardy, I would have to think that is arranged because unless you're David Hood, you don't want both of the armies going up this way. Belgium's available, and both Portugal and Spain are. As well. Elsewhere, we've got Tombstone, Two Timing Tornado, Tommy Anderson, he of many nicknames, going north, successfully DMZing Galicia with Austria. That's pretty sweet when you can do that. But going north, which is going to be a problem for Finn Wright. Tommy also gets into the Black Sea in combination with Smyrna to Armenia, which suggests to me this might be arranged as well, and we might see something very creative in the south, like a Sevcon shuffle. Fingers crossed on that. And lastly, looking at Italy and Austria, Isaac is having a fun time here with the armies. Going to Apulia with Venice rather than Rome, but still filling Venice up. While Ian doesn't trust and has decided to DMZ Galicia and cover Trieste. Not a great sign for AI, but this could all be arranged, and this could form into an AIR pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think Brandon's got it covered. I think the things that I'm watching as we go into the fall and into 1902 are what's the relationship between Italy and Austria? Is that just people covering their butts, or is there a little bit of early mistrust there? Of course, seeing what Russia and Turkey are actually up to here. Was this arranged for some kind of Khan-Sev swap, or was this supposed to be an Armenian fist bump that Tommy decided to go to the Black Sea instead? So that will be interesting to see. I love the opening of Moscow to St. Petersburg when you can pull it off as Russia, but it is very challenging to pull it off. So we'll see how Tommy two-time and Anderson does going forward here.
All right. This is delightful. In the east, we've got Black Sea going to Romania. So Romania is taken with the fleet, apparently with the consent of Cody, who didn't trust him enough not to vacate Khan. So Bulgaria was supported here. Tommy's build will be really interesting here. I'll let Adam talk about that. Elsewhere, we've got Isaac in Italy convoying to Tunis, which is potentially threatening towards Cody. And in the north, we've got a supported convoy over to Norway by Finn in England, and that is obviously a response to the northern opening by Tommy. So the build from Tommy's got some really exciting builds for us to think about here that will determine something significant about the course of this game. The other note here is that Micah Blom gets 3 builds as France. And for a good player, that's very, very friendly.
Yeah, you've got to feel like this was just a opportunity for gain of tempo by Russia and or Turkey that was just not taken advantage of here. Whether that would have been by getting that fleet out into the Aegean Sea, or getting a more aggressive position against the Austrian, or doing something here. And instead, we really just have units just going back into very typical post-1901 positions. It's understandable you want to play it conservative, but when you see an opening like that where there's an opportunity, it's often it feels like an opportunity missed. We'll be fascinated to see what Micah does with her builds here. 3 build France. It's actually something we have not seen very much these days. It's really for reasons of nothing being contested. Burgundy was a bounce. You've basically kept Germany out of the action on Belgium, and England obviously had to support themselves up to make sure they got a build here. So they do it without making any enemies, which is quite fascinating. We'll see if they put 3 down or decide to wave 1.
I think the thing I'm looking at here is whether this is an RT, whether Cody thinks there's an RT or not. If it's an RT, you don't want that fleet in Romania. If it's an ART, then you can do it. Oh, wow. Tommy builds a northern fleet. This could be an ART. I would be on high ART alert if I were Isaac Jukes in Italy. And then 3 armies from Micah. Oh dear.
Yeah, I can't say I like that choice. I think 2 armies in a fleet would be fine here, but you really can't like that. They're going to get bottled up very quickly. You don't even really have space for them. So you're likely to get kicked out of Belgium right about now, and you're not going to leave yourself anywhere to retreat. So I guess that's something you can do, but you really want to have that extra fleet in this position.
Right. And Germany builds 2 armies as well. If you're England, it's great, except for this one problem, Russia.
Yeah, and you actually kind of want Germany to have a second fleet here if you're going to be working together against Russia. But
this is still me for play-by-play.
Go for it.
Let's switch here.
Okay. So let's stay in the West. So for the moment, Micah decides to save the army in Belgium by pushing that into Burgundy, which is fine. But now you've basically got every space in France except Brest occupied with an army. It's just a real bad stalemate. Though seeing that Venice is going to Piedmont from this position, that's certainly you at least have some solid protective position here. It does look. What is Germany doing? Germany goes to Silesia. So this actually looks like a AT against Russia, which is great news for Finn in England if they can take advantage of the lack of fleets in the north and the fact that Russia is going to get pummeled in the south. This could be really, really powerful for England getting out of the gate in this game.
Yeah, I think if Tommy had disbanded that fleet, then it would have been clearly ART. But now this does look like AT to me. Peculiar that Budapest is the mover rather than Vienna, but but I could see wanting to hold some cards. Otherwise, yeah, this feels like, honestly, Western Triple. I think Micah could be easily convinced to Western Triple-ize this from here.
I'll just comment that it's super conservative play on Ian's part, holding in Trieste and supporting up from Budapest, right? There's a lot of options that you could do to even just protect yourself a little bit better, moving Trieste to Albania to give you more flexibility for the Greece unit, even going up to Tiroli. Of course, they then use this advantage to walk into Venice, which is perfectly in line with the AT. Though I'm surprised that nothing goes into that Greece didn't bother to go to Ionian here. But but yeah, these are nice aggressive plays. It's interesting that the Germans sniff it out and help the Russians go back into Galicia. But of course, that gives Austria a move into Ukraine, which is just going to be pretty devastating for Russia. In fact, having that army in Galicia really just puts no armies touching Moscow. That's just a free walk-in come 1903. Elsewhere on the board, let's see. England is trying to take Norway, but is unable to do so. Goes back to the North Sea, all makes sense. And just a whole lot of nothing in France. This is just going to be what's going to happen here. They do make the good choice of going to the English Channel, which they'll need that fleet there to take Belgium, but of course now they're also going to have to be contending with how does that affect their diplomatic position with England.
Yeah, so the one thing that I really want to talk about here is Cody Green's move from Aegean to Constantinople. This is the kind of thing where this is a good moment, I think, a good learning moment for people who are trying to get better at this game. If you're sitting there and you're Cody, you're thinking, Black could move to Khan here. I got to cover it, But the problem is that Black is very unlikely to move to Khan. It's almost certainly going to either cover Sev or get involved in Romania in some way. And you lose so much position by moving that fleet from Aegean to Khan, rather than supporting Greece or into Ionian, or even going to Ionian yourself, or even just staying in the Aegean, because now you have to go back into the Aegean, or maybe he'll stay in Khan and try to touch Black. It's just, you want to be able to do as much as you can with the units you have, and this is wasting a good position and giving it to Italy. So the AT is off to a really good start, right? Like, they've both picked up dots from their neighbors in 02. But they may stall out and then have to turn on each other. So that's the big thing that stands out here.
That's always the issue with the AT, and I think that that you're right, Brandon. That's a huge momentum killer. I mean, I would say it's a failure on Ian's part as well to convince Cody that the right move there is for them to support each other into the Ionian Sea, and instead it's going to be a momentum loss. Tommy's going to have to do something about that fleet, Black. You've got a build coming as Turkey. If you happen to guess wrong and lose one of the home dots, you can always get it back.
Any predictions on Cody's build?
I mean, it has to be a fleet, because he's, if his ally is Austria, he's at war with Italy. If they had fashioned an AIT, right, that's a totally different situation, and maybe they could have done that. Maybe that's what Cody thought they were doing. Like, it's worth considering. Ian certainly had other ideas. I think he has to do. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think a fleet is definitely what you want here. Again, this is just very conservative. I mean, it's really just saying, okay, I want to make sure that I can cover Ankara and move to Armenia. Yeah. It's not a terrible decision, but it's certainly very conservative.
I think if it's backed up with a diplomatic move with Isaac, if Isaac can be focused against Austria and not come after Cody, then the diplomatic task, then Cody's fine. And the diplomatic task is keeping Ian on his side rather than.
Or maybe you convince Italy to go west against France and just say, that's the price you pay for, having a foot in this game, and maybe that's something you can actually convince them of here. It seems like a tough sell, though, especially after Austria just walks into Venice.
Yeah, that's hard to say.
It's a gamble. I like the gamble. I don't think that's the most efficient choice. I agree, but I can see it potentially paying off, and it could potentially help speed up if Cody is going to move up through.
It's great for AT if they can get Isaac on side for a year. Oh, here you go. Well, so yeah. Go ahead, Brandon.
So it does. These are AIT moves. I mean, I think if you're Isaac, you are demanding a center back here. That'll be interesting to see if Isaac can get away with this. If you're Ian, do you try to slip into, one of those tasty looking Italian centers? We'll find out. But the AT is on. They've got Italy on their side, at least for this turn, and they have gained position in the east. They've taken Galicia, gotten into Moscow, are in Armenia. So, the tactics offhand, I believe Sevastopol is gone, or it depends, because there's I'll let Adam talk about the tactical situation. But in the north, we have England and Germany working together, and England takes Norway. Tommy chooses to disband here rather than retreat into Norwegian, which is likely a diplomatic play here. Maybe he's hoping to, express to England and Germany that he doesn't want to mess with them anymore, especially England. But elsewhere, it's more France-Germany conflict. So the West is staying messy while the East is showing some signs of resolving. This is bad news for the West.
One thing that I find really odd is it looks like Denmark is supporting Sweden to hold while Kiel moves into the Helgoland, which is, if anything, pretty anti-English move. So I don't know what that means. I guess Baltic would not be the most friendly move against England either, but at least it would open the opportunity for a convoy to Livonia or to move up to Gulf of Bothnia for a play against St. Petersburg, versus Helgoland is just blatantly putting something out there on the North Sea. Sheesh, you don't even have anything in Holland, so you can't really even try to dislodge the North Sea. So I don't know what that's doing. With respect to the East, I agree with you, Brandon. I think tactically, Sev is gone, right? Because there's an army in Moscow and there's Turkish units in Romania and Armenia. So there's no way that that this can be held. I think you just need to do something very simply, as have Armenia move there with support of Romania, and Moscow doesn't even really matter here. So that's gone. That's a great turn for the AT, and they keep rolling. The question just becomes, after Warsaw, what's their next dot? And Cody's certainly got to be thinking this, because Austria maybe can be pushing into Italy, but where's the Turk going unless Austria's feeding them dots behind?
Yeah, well, I'm interested to see here if Micah gets the tactics right. What does Burgundy do? Can you hover? Burgundy goes to Ruhr. Okay, so Micah does get the tactics right here, which is to tap Ruhr and then support yourself into Belgium. The problem is that North Sea supported Belgium this time. Didn't happen last time. So this is a problem for Micah retaking Belgium. But oh my goodness, I am burying the lead because wow, Isaac Jukes is this is extraordinary, actually. Isaac, I believe, has been convinced to send to really play some kind of role for the AT. Maybe France is part of this. This is a fascinating move here to bypass Spain, go directly to mid-Atlantic, covers Tunis, I assume, so that Ian Rudnick's Ionian can go into Tyrrhenian Sea and bypass his fleet. And then I'm assuming this bounce in Rome is arranged. I mean, if it's not, then I would wonder why Ian doesn't go to Naples. That would be my question. Elsewhere,
why go to Tyrolia to Venice if it's an arranged bounce?
That's a good question. Maybe it didn't have anything else to do. I don't know. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens next. Ian is getting a build here. Cody is also getting a build. Tommy is going to be down to 1 unit or 2 units, I guess. But yeah, wow. No, I'm excited to see what is happening with this AIT alliance. and how far they decide to push this.
I mean, if this is really an AIT, and there's not a plan to just take out Isaac here, I don't understand this situation. Why Isaac is covering Tunis, why he's not going into the Gulf of Leon, why Tiroli is not going to Piedmont. These are all things that should be happening here.
Yeah.
So, Adam, we've got the classic winter of 1903 Austria and St. Petersburg position.
Yeah, that's pretty common. I mean that's pretty normal for 1903.
Who of Austria or Turkey do you feel like would have the upper hand in this position?
This is for me or Adam?
Well,
I was asking Adam.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll ask you in 1904.
Well, I mean, here's how I'm looking at it, right? I mean, I definitely see the growth opportunities being greater outside of the two of them fighting. I see the growth opportunities are greater for Austria. The problem is we see a +1 on Austria right now, and there are no units in Vienna, Budapest, Serbia, Greece, or Trieste. That's not optimal, and I'm not. It's certainly. Cody isn't in a position to do a whole lot, but he can do something here. And I suspect, I mean, it's hard to see the hammer not falling right now if it's going to fall in terms of just taking out Serbia and Greece. But maybe in part it depends on what Russia keeps around. And if they keep the Black Sea, then Cody's probably going to continue to be conservative, is my guess. If they pull Black Sea, then maybe Cody goes for it right now.
Yeah, this is always the interesting point for me when I run the AT and I'm playing Turkey. It's like, man, I know in my head Austria needs to be slightly ahead of Turkey for it to be balanced. Like, I understand that. But you get into a position like this, like if I don't move now, is there any chance I could ever catch up? And if I were Cody Green, I would be really irritated with my unit position because I mean, even if he did move now, it's not going to be easy.
I think this is better solved diplomatically than with a stab. I think the point now is Cody basically has to go to Ian and say, like, look, I've got to see what my dots are. I think you've probably got to throw me Greece now. I take it with a fleet, so it's not threatening to you. And maybe one of us gets Moscow, one of us gets Warsaw. Whether that's this year or next, we deal with that. And I don't think you stab here. I mean, you can, but I don't think it's the right thing to do because I think it opens up the window for somebody on the other side of the board to really blow up, and you don't have a long-term attack. I mean, Ian can pull some things back and make your life difficult.
Yeah, I'll just echo that Ian's units are way spread out and they're not coming back anytime soon. So if I were Cody, I would certainly wait another year, get units in position, and it may be that he never has to stab. To be honest, he may be able to negotiate his way to a board top.
All right, well, Brandon, this is there's a couple builds I was not expecting, particularly in England. What are we looking at here?
Oh, I think England. England has picked a fight with France here. England clearly took sides in the fall there on Germany's side, and also sees that Italian fleet coming up. I mean, if it were me, I would assume that the Italian fleet was now working in concert with the French. I would do a lot of diplomacy work to try to figure out if that was actually true or not, but. I would see the East coming for me.
All right, Adam, I'll move you up top and take us away through 1904.
Well, I'm very fascinated by the moves in Scandinavia. Denmark to Baltic, Sweden to Denmark is incredibly anti-German, which is just an odd decision when you've just basically picked a fight with the French. So maybe you feel like you can get away with this, but also you probably do need a friend at some point. And a single Russian army in Finland, putting them back in St. Pete, is that what you need here? So really fascinating to understand what the diplomacy is there and how this is all going to work out. On top of that, the Germans and the French disentangle. So this almost looks like we're all going to go fight the English. But if that's what you're going to do, why did Germany just pull Helgoland instead of pulling Silesia? Very, very puzzling.
This feels like Western Triple to me. The Western Triple is forming in reaction to to the AT. That's what it
But
looks like.
why those moves in Scandinavia if this is a Western triple? Why are you supporting yourself to the English Channel this way? Very, very strange. But you might be right. I mean, it certainly could be. And maybe Baltic is going to just go up to Bothnia, or you're going to convoy it to Livonia or something like that, and that's why you're doing it that way.
Yeah, I'd expect to see a convoy here or not, but I don't know. It's possible that that Finn could move on Germany here, but my sense tells me that these moves are designed to counter the East while also maintaining some defensive positioning as well.
Well, if that's the case, that's great news for Turkey, because Turkey doesn't need to do anything right now. They can get their build from Moscow, put another unit down, continue to surround Austria, get their units in better position, and then drop the hammer in a year or two when they can get away with it. So that's I'll be really curious to see how Cody plays this. I hope he does not prematurely stab, because he'll be in a position to do it even better in a year or two.
100%.
Ian Rednick moving into Naples, is that to just, hey, Isaac, you're picking up Portugal, you're staying even? Is that part of the deal, or is it over now?
I'd be very surprised if Rome is not red at the end of this turn. And I think Ian is saying, Isaac, you're going to be a great Janissary, but that's all you're going to be.
Yeah, in what world do we not take Rome here and go to Ionian to take Tunis and all of that kind of thing? Absolutely. And it looks like Turkey takes Greece. You can only assume that this is negotiated, since Austria is taking two Italian centers. It makes, this all makes a lot of sense. Austria takes Warsaw. It was exactly what we were saying with Denmark convoying to Livonia, so that makes sense. Fleet Berlin to Prussia, not the best position for a German fleet, but I guess it's better than not having a unit there. But yeah, this is all coming up. AT. Belgium, I just point out a mistake that was made here. Belgium should be going to Ruhr in this position, not to Holland. Just a note for those who are tactically inclined: from Ruhr it can support Munich, or it can go to Kiel and shift over if it needs to. But from Holland, you don't have that extra support on Munich, which you very well might need very soon.
Love Micah's move here to not support herself to Spain. That felt like kind of an obvious thing to do, and maybe that's why she was clever enough not to do it. But getting into West here, that's actually a big thing for this Western triple, and they can counter the Eastern the AT fairly quickly here.
But you have to figure that that's online with what we know of Isaac being on side with Micah, right? I mean, Isaac knows they're going to be down to Tunis and Portugal and the two fleets. So there's I guess you could keep the army by supporting yourself to Spain, but it seems like this is probably negotiated.
Well, yeah, Isaac was not on board. Isaac and Micah were not on board in the spring. Isaac went to Portugal, but I think Isaac was surprised by Ian going to Naples, and perhaps is turning sides based on that. So Isaac can disband Portugal here as a show of getting on the western side. Germany's got to rebuild; it's got to be an army, and then Cody and Ian's going to build an army, and then Cody's collecting cards and holding them.
Yeah, I mean, I can see this as a situation. If Turkey and England are talking, they should be able to get into a position where they coordinate Turkey stabbing Austria and England stabbing Germany together and really blow this board up.
1904, we're going to play Who Do You Like? Brandon, I gave you the opportunity to, or I gave Adam the opportunity last time to talk about Turkey and Austria. I think those are the two most likely favorites, I'm assuming. So let you have first pick. Who do you like to top this board?
Oh, sorry. Did that end on me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. At this point, I would like to be Cody most of all. It's Cody has a good ally with a good working relationship in Ian, who is now kind of stymied. And I think if Cody ended up Cody could end up negotiating his way to some of Ian's dots. I think for the West to counter Cody, they have to find a way to allow Ian to get his units moving back towards Cody. And I kind of don't see that really happening. So I think Cody is in the catbird seat here.
Adam, regardless of it, whether you, well, first agree or disagree, and then following on, is there anyone else you think has
Yeah, I mean, I largely agree, but I think with some good diplomacy, I think Finn in England, does have a possibility of topping here. They have a good relationship with the Germans, but I see the positions of Germany and Austria being somewhat similar in terms of being in the middle, holding up the line. And if those lines break at the same time, Finn can definitely take advantage and may have a shot at a board top. I'm not sure that he has quite as many dots available to take as Cody does, so I don't know that he can get quite as high, but I definitely think there's a shot there.
I'm going to put a comment from Bradley Grace in chat because I think it's an interesting point. We'll just take the time to talk about this. He said it's a good lesson if you have a 4v2, you're the two, shake the diplomacy up. Keeping the status quo looks good for Turkey, but isn't going to go well long term without allies elsewhere. Brandon, what's your thought on that concept?
I think that in this case, it is Ian's units are holding up the 4x2, or the 4 in this 4x2. Cody's not going to be held back by that. He's at 8 now. With a stab, he gets up to 11 fairly quickly and has position that will be very difficult to push back. I actually think the dilemma is more on the 4 side. So I'm looking at Finn, especially. If Finn wants to top this board, he's going to have to, the status quo does not work for him. So he's going to have to shake something up. And that definitely means taking dots from either France or Germany. And the question I think Finn needs to ask himself at this point is, who helps me more who do I need more to keep the East in check? And if you're looking at Cody as the main threat, you actually want Austria's units to be heading back east. I think that means Germany is probably your target. If you hurt Germany, you make it easier for Austria to turn around.
Adam, you agree with that?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right, and but your ability to do that is dependent on either Cody stabbing Austria, which again is not necessarily great for Finn because I don't think you win a race, or you having a good enough relationship with Ian where you can actually negotiate something to happen where their units don't pull off too quickly. Otherwise, you're no longer going to be in a position to make a move against the Germans. So it's a delicate balance, but it's really absolutely a diplomatic question as to whether Finn can pull that off or not.
I'll just add, by the way, that I think Bradley's analysis works really well for Ian. Ian is the one who needs a different dynamic in this game, most of all.
Yeah. Our rookies are living up to their name, providing a showcase game that is quite fun for all of us. We'll push on into winter of 1904, and I believe Adam. Well, Brandon, I'll let you finish. Or no, Adam, you finish out this one, and then Brandon, I'll switch you to play-by-play.
Well, I mean, Cody is certainly making very AT builds, right? An army in Kanier. I think that's really what he wants, but and what you really want here. I can certainly understand why he made these particular builds, but they're not necessarily the right ones to maximize your growth potential. Italy keeping Tuscany is really bad news for Ian because it really does limit their opportunities to kind of maneuver units, right? It really kind of pins down some things for him. Otherwise, yeah, I think it all makes sense. Germany putting an army in Kiel, that's kind of what they need right now. So that makes sense to me.
All right, moving on. Spring of 1905.
All right. I love several things here. Cody's play is great here. That's just what I want to say. First of all, doesn't need to stab, doesn't need to pull this trigger. And if he's going to get Tunis out of it as well, so much the better. Just keep getting those units in position. Notice Galicia is not going anywhere, right? like Galicia can walk into Budapest anytime he wants. So love the patience here. Love the diplomatic shifteroo that Ian has pulled here, getting Micah into Munich. This is a potentially fascinating turnabout, because Micah is basically saying, look, I'm willing to play ball with the East in order to have a chance to do some damage here. That's a potential game changer, and I love it both for Micah and for Ian. The question is, what is Finn Wright going to do? Finn is now in North Africa and is at risk of getting himself out of position to actually make a move. So Micah, I think if you're England, you can't really let Micah get 2 builds here. So, if Micah is going to take Portugal, I think you want to make sure you take Brest, or bounce out of Portugal, something like that. We also have Finn pulling Livonia back, which is interesting. To Sweden, of all places. Maybe he was worried about Kiel slipping into Denmark and wanted to be able to counter it if that happened. I'm not sure. A little surprising. I would think if you were Finn, you'd be taking St. Petersburg this year. If St. Petersburg is not needed for supporting, then you might as well just take it.
The only thing that I might have liked better is if Micah is making the decision to make this move, why not give England a heads up so that they can also do some damage to Germany? And you've actually made sort of a long-term commitment and a long-term ally out of this. I could certainly see a situation where England drops Norway into the North Sea, English Channel goes to Belgium, and now you really have some things you can do. But I think it's interesting that instead what Micah did was go to Gascony, which shows that she really doesn't trust the English because she wants to cover Brest, when what you really want to do here is go to Burgundy, so that you have that protection behind Munich, and this isn't a one-and-done kind of situation where Austria is just pulling you over the line to take things themselves the following turn.
Yeah, I agree with all that, especially the diplomatic. The idea that what you want to do is create an alliance structure that works for you. And Mike has done a great job here of getting a build. So has managed to take Portugal and hold on to Munich, loses Brest. So it's only going to get 1. So it's going to be another army. The problem is that it's an alliance structure that doesn't really have a path moving forward. You haven't created an ally in Finn, you've created an enemy. Elsewhere, we have Cody Green moving forward. Now, if you're Cody, so you're picking up a build here, Cody, which is really good. The thing you have to worry about now is about getting your units too far forward and out of position. West is a great place to be, but if you're going to win this board, it's almost certainly going to be with Austrian dots or a negotiated settlement that includes Austria.
Yeah, I almost wonder. What's he going to be at? Is it going to be at 9? Yeah, 9 probably isn't going to be enough to top this board. Maybe West is okay because you can drop back into Tyrrhenian Sea when you're ready to do something. I don't know. So we say goodbye to Isaac right now. I think Isaac made a great effort here to keep himself alive and to make himself relevant to the game, and it didn't work out. But I definitely commend him for the play late in the game. Yeah. And so, this is just not great for. Well, I don't know. The army in England could mean a lot of different things. It could be anti-German. It could be anti-French. So that will be interesting. Cody, I think probably, he has to put down an army here. That makes sense. But
in Khan,
well, rather than Smyrna, right? Yeah, maybe it should be in Smyrna.
or even Ankh. Ankh might even be safer if you're Austria.
Yeah.
But Ian doesn't have a whole lot to do here besides turn around, right? Like Ian could try to take one of the German centers. One of those is French. The West is messy. The West is messy right now. And that suits both A and T. The question is, do they try to take advantage of it together, or do they try to get the jump on the other one? If one of them gets the jump on the other one, they should win this game.
And how much pushing can you really do here?
All right, Adam, I'm going to bring you back to talk through 1906.
Well, you can build the army and and then move it to Ankh. I guess that's something you can
Yeah.
do. So,
Yeah.
all right. You've got to assume the Ionian was an arranged bounce, but the other Turkish fleets continue to push forward. Yeah, I mean, I think if Ian is sort of pulling the strings here, he's doing the right things to get Cody in a as safe position as possible against him. So I credit Ian for that very much. So. Now we've got Austria's back in Galicia, right? Now you've got that Turkish unit is pushed all the way to Silesia where it really can't do anything against you. And there's no Turkish armies that are remotely threatening any of your centers. So great job by Ian in taking what could have been a very difficult position and pushing Cody to be the front line. So that's great. Micah found how short-lived the time in Munich was as Ian now takes it. And yeah, this is just a bit of a mess, honestly.
This is a fascinating moment where A&T, we've talked about them getting the jump on the other one. If they don't, right? If they keep pushing forward, the more they push forward, the more the more the stakes go up. So that whoever, if it does tip one way or the other, it tips even further one way or the other. But they may both think that their best chance is by going forward together. It's up to us to figure out who we think might have the advantage at this moment or the next. But they may not be thinking like that.
Well, this is really interesting because now they have an army through, right? Because they're in Munich, and there's just not enough armies on the other side of the line. That even if they're kicked out of Munich, they're going to get into Ruhr. So they're across the line. And if they get an army into Ruhr, which they can do right now, then all kinds of stuff can happen, right? So at this point, you're like, great, this is something we can do. I mean, they can put Turkey into Berlin right now, which is, I suspect, what they're going to do.
Oh, this is all because that snow globe got shook last turn.
No, they can't. I take that back. They can't actually take Berlin.
Yes. Not yet.
Yeah.
But the gamble that Mike in particular made over the past couple of turns, we're seeing how that will play out. I'm curious to see whether that risk will pay out for Micah when compared to the previous position. So something to keep an eye on. Follow 06.
Oh wow. Sorry, Adam, you're on play-by-play.
Yeah, so Micah takes Brest back here, which I guess is something you can do in this position, and and Finn convoys into Holland. I mean, this certainly is not. I mean, maybe the retake of Brest was arranged since Finn moved out of it. But if that's the case, why not also go to Belgium or something like that? I mean, the West just is a mess. They are not getting along, and they are not planning well. And if there is any coordination, it's really just not good. Which is, I guess, great news for the AT if they want to continue to roll. All it means is that they can just play a little bit longer and see what happens. Venice holding rather than going to Piedmont is interesting. I'm not sure what the rationale there is, but otherwise this all makes sense from their perspective. Take Ruhr, take Munich, keep going.
Yeah, I think Micah's chances are pretty much gone at this point. I think Adam hit it on the head when Micah and Finn couldn't work out a deal then earlier in the game. Then I think both of their chances, well, certainly Micah's chances vanished. Does the game end here?
I'm assuming we have no orders at the game.
Wow.
Here. Yeah. So.
Okay.
Wow.
I know we've got a couple players in chat. Looks like it's a 9-9 split between the AT. If that's the case, congratulations to them both. I'm going to just progress one more. Yeah, that's it. So congratulations.
Yeah, they just haven't concluded the game on Backstabber. It's a fun alliance, right? Ian and Cody, they got a good working relationship, and that ultimately was more important to them than finishing with the most centers. And so, a tie, they're both fine with it.
They could push here. That's the fascinating thing. I mean, I think everybody was clearly done, but they could push and make this. It gets dangerous if they go too much further, right? Once you've got Austria and Ruhr and Munich, man, you can do a lot from that position.
Yeah, and it'd be interesting to see, to sort of like measure the needle, sort of which direction the advantage is. At the moment, it feels like Austria has a bit of an advantage, but that could easily shift if Turkey started picking up Iberian centers, for example. It's interesting, but it's fun. This is fun to see in AT. Function this well.
Game. Yeah, we don't see AT is not one you see a whole ton of, and when you see a really effective one like Ian and Cody did here, you really got to appreciate that.
Lots of fun. Good news is we get to do it again, and we're not going to do it alone. I'm going to welcome to the stage Karthik Konath. Karthik, welcome. Karthik is
muted. Hey, pleasure to be here.
Ignite tradition coming in muted.
Indeed.
Hey, Karthik, welcome to it.
Karthik, were you able to catch any of that rookie showcase?
Yeah, I was able to catch the tail end of it. It was a really, really nice show by Ian and Cody there, working together as an AT, something that we don't always see, and showing how it can work in a really, really nice, fluid game.
Yeah, I love the AT. It's one of my favorite alliances, not because I do it well, but because there is constant stress in the relationship. And I'm always impressed when players are able to make it work, because when you can, it can be really, really effective. But just seeing how you deal with the stress that builds naturally, and as Brandon pointed out, just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger as you go, is a lot of fun. All right. Well, that concludes our rookie showcase. I would like to thank each of our players for putting on a really entertaining game for all of us, and keep your eyes on these players. It is very, very likely, based off of past history, we will see at least a few of these players in some of our championship games in the following season. So with that, we're going to go ahead and transition over to our coverage of the championship game. I'm going to go ahead and mark that with the graphic and bring up our player list. All right, on screen, we see our top 7 players who will be competing in this championship game. So we are showing their seed, and then our columns, we're showing the number of top boards that they've participated in, the number of top boards that they have won, and the number of Virtual Diplomacy League finals that they have participated in. So starting in seed order, we have Nicola Taillé, Matthew Tatanci, Jackson Roberts, Ben Kelman, Peter McNamara, Mikalis Kamaridis, and Christopher Ward. Brandon, I'm going to start with you. What are your thoughts and some of the storylines we could be looking at from the information we're looking on the screen here?
The two things that jump out are that there are quite a lot of top board appearances here, and not a large number of wins. There are 4 players here who have appeared in top boards without winning one. And then you've got 2 players, Nicola Taillé, who won this event 2 years ago. You've got Peter McNamara, who is a former DBN Diplomat of the Year. He won the first DBN Invitational. He's got 1 top board win. The other top board win he has that we're listing here is actually from the DBN semifinals last year. So, 2 out of 9 isn't too bad. 1 out of 7 is, just average, right? So Peter has struggled actually on top boards before. And Nicola, despite winning 2 years ago, also has had some struggles as well. This game, while it looks like there's some heavyweights in Nicola and Peter and Mikalis, who's also appeared on a lot of top boards, it kind of feels like it's anyone's game, to be honest. Matthew Tatanci appearing in his first ever top board format on virtual. He's played in some on extended deadline. Does the speed, is that a problem for him? The pressure we saw with Tim Crosby 2 weeks ago struggle in the VDC top board. Will Matthew experience something similar? That's a storyline.
Yeah, and obviously it's always fun to see a rookie come and join. So really fun to watch Matthew Tatanchi play. Adam, who do you have your eye on?
Well, experience matters on top boards, and it may be that there's a lot of appearances and not a lot of wins, but if you think about every top board, 6 people don't win it, right? So it's I think for those of us in this room who are commenting today, I think we've all played on a lot of top boards, and probably some double digits for the number played, and probably low single digits for the numbers won. So they're just really hard, and they don't play like normal games. And so to me, experience on top boards makes a big difference. Knowing what it takes to win one of those games, and knowing what you have to do to play the long game, which many of us are not doing when we're playing normal league type games. We know when the game's going to end. We know what we have to accomplish in a specific game. And it's not always the same as what I have to do on a top board, and be the person who others who no longer have anything to play for are going to be okay with me finishing first in that game. And that's really hard, and it's really hard to finesse. So the folks who have played on many of these, the Nicolas Taillé, Peter McNamara, I inherently would give them a little bit of advantage. That's not to say that Matt can't come out from nowhere and win this board. I think it's certainly anyone's game, but I definitely think experience does matter on these games.
And Karthik, I'll go to you for this one. We had Christopher Ward kind of coming in at the tail end of the season, gaining some momentum. Momentum can be big in all sports, diplomacy in games, diplomacy included. What do you think the role of momentum plays in your experience on a top board?
In a top board, I think it probably has the least significance of anything. I feel like momentum plays a lot when you go from tournament to tournament and you see players go on these streaky runs. On a top board, I feel like that all goes by the wayside, and you have, as Adam said, a really, really odd board that doesn't play like anything else that sort of led up to it. And for me, I think players like Christopher Ward, who had a lot of momentum, may have that be noticed by the other players on the board, and people will come down on it hard. I don't think it's going to be as likely here, given the fact that there are two clear board leaders in Nicola and Peter McNamara, and then also relatively well-known veteran like McCallus, who I think will probably be the most important person to watch out for, since on top boards he tends to be a masterful agent of chaos, and who wins and who loses is often determined by him, even if he doesn't himself win.
And Brandon, kind of to close out this section, similar question, kind of an opposite approach. Ben Kelman has not played very much recently. In your experience, is taking that rest, does that play a role in a top board?
Well, momentum may not be so important, but being sharp is.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you are out of practice pushing the pieces and negotiating, that can be a factor. It may take you a bit longer to get back up to speed, and you may make certain mistakes that you have trouble coming back from while you're doing it. So I would be, if I were Ben, I would have played some speedboat or, some gunboat games to get myself at least, feeling the board a little bit better.
All right. Well, we are going to now transition over to our coverage of our power selection. We've got Hal Schild has really done a lot of work behind the scenes today, put together a couple of video packages. So we're going to be able to watch his work. For those who are not familiar, the Virtual Diplomacy League Championship game uses the Paris method for power selection. So in seed order, all of the powers will be given, or all of the players will be given the opportunity to choose the order in which they want to pick their powers, and then they will proceed to select those powers in the order that they selected, and then the tiebreaker at the end is the lower in order you are, you win ties. So if you picked in 7th place, then you beat everyone else. If you're in 4th place, you beat positions 1, 2, and 3, but not 5, 6, and 7. So with that, let's take a look at our selection.
right, we are here for the 4th annual Virtual Diplomacy League championship game, Paris Method. Congratulations, Nicolas Taillet, Matthew Tatanji, Jackson Roberts, Christopher Ward, Michalis Camaritas, Peter McNamara, and Ben Kelman on your performance this season and qualification to the top board. You all know how Paris Method works. You're good enough players to know that by now, so we are going to jump right into it. Coming onto the screen is the Paris Method Power Picker, and we're going to start by establishing the order in which we will pick countries. Starting with you, Christopher Ward, where would you like to pick?
I'll go first, please.
First for Christopher Ward. Michalis.
I will also go first, please.
Peter.
And I'll pick ahead of Michalis.
Streak breaker from Peter. Ben.
Yeah, I'll go as early as I can as well.
Jackson.
I'll go after Ben.
Matthew.
I'll go first.
Nicolas.
I'll go after Matthew.
All right, so it's back to you, Matthew Tatanji.
I'll take France.
France it is. Nicolas.
I'll take Russia.
Ben Kelman.
You really can't. You think about it all week. You never anticipate the actual situation that you end up in. It's like, what's the point of thinking about it, really? Oh, man. Yeah, which makes it like, is it really a good idea for us to do this on camera? I mean, it is, but it's like, okay, let's think about this. Take England.
England for Ben. Jackson.
Italy.
Quick pick from Jackson. Peter.
I'll take Germany.
Michalis.
Turkey.
Ward, you want to say it?
Austria-Hungary, please, Zachary.
All right, there you have it. Our 2023-24 Virtual Diplomacy League Championship top board power assignments. This game is going to get started very soon. First, the 7 of you will head off to your interviews, and I will kick it back to the studio at DBN. Good luck.
Have fun, guys.
Wonderful. Enjoy.
Al Shield adding a little, that music kind of helps capture the spirit and the tension that you saw there in the Paris Method. Man, that was a fun one of the more entertaining Paris Methods we've seen in a while. Adam, I'm going to start with you, and what's your reaction?
I think there were two funny moments for me. Matthew taking a minute and a half at first choice to come up with France. It reminds me of a kid at the front of the ice cream line who thinks about his order for 15 minutes and finally gets vanilla. You're first. It's Paris method. I mean, if you want to be bold, say something else. But you're first. You take France. Just seems to be what happens. But the other thing that really struck me is when it came down to number 4, Jackson said Italy with confidence without taking a second. He wanted Italy, and he got the country he wanted. So I'm really going to be interested to see how that goes.
Karthik, I'll go to you.
Yeah, no, I think Adam had with the tale of two cities there, basically. Jackson going for Italy that quickly makes you think he has a really clear plan in mind for how he wants to go about it, because it wasn't for him looking at who was playing which country as much. He wanted Italy, and I'm really, really excited to see how Jackson plays it, because Jackson, like me, is one of the people that likes to play really, really aggressively, and seeing an aggressive Italy as opposed to sort of the plotting, wait and see Italy, I think would be really, really cool to see on a top board.
And Brandon.
I'm gonna stick up for the vanilla lovers of the world and just point out that it's actually brave to choose vanilla, because chocolate is the obvious choice. Chocolate is the France of ice cream flavors. Vanilla is the Austria. All right. You take vanilla if you are confident in yourself and in what you like about this world.
Well, Wardy got the opportunity, so
yeah. I have to say the other thing. I mean, apart from Matthew Tatanchi's, what Zach and I joked about this afterward. We're pretty sure that is a record for length of time taken to select a power in Paris method on DBN at least. It's unofficial. We haven't gotten our statisticians on the case yet, but Peter McNamara taking like 20 seconds to choose Germany, as if he wasn't going to choose Germany like the entire time. Anyway.
So there were a couple things that I noted. First, we had Jackson dropped below Ben, which that one kind of made sense to me a little bit. But Nicola dropped to second. I am really curious. What is your thought? Like, why would you make that choice?
For me, I make it if I don't really want the first selection. If I'm not sure if I want France, or I don't care if I get France, but I do want to be able to have at least a tiebreaker over somebody. And I think Nicolas Taillé is someone who's had a lot of success playing Russia. He's voluntarily selected pretty highly on past top boards. So for me, I think he figured he could get Russia at 2. And why not drop back, take the country that you want, and get as high of a tiebreaker as you can.
And tiebreakers could easily matter in a game like this. It's time limited, 6.5 hours. Getting to the time limit is completely plausible for these players. So playing for the tiebreaker is not a silly thing to do. Personally, I would have dropped down further.
Exactly.
For that reason, and also to be able to pick your neighbors.
Do we have any stats on that? Have any top boards gone to tiebreakers? Because I've covered a lot of them and played in a bunch. Okay, that we have, because I have not seen it certainly in face-to-face happening very often.
I believe Riaz won one via tiebreaker when he was Turkey. I think some other people have won tiebreakers as well when playing as like the 5th or 6th using power.
Okay.
I played in one recently in Bangkok. That was
well, okay, yeah, I didn't mean to hit a note there, Brandon. Sorry about that.
If you don't say convoy and tiebreaker in the same sentence, then I did it. Oh.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Adam, for all of us. No, it's happened several times, Adam. The tiebreakers absolutely can play. It obviously happens more frequently in games where there is a limit of some sort, like time or year. Brandon.
I just have to point out another World Championship top board that was decided on a tiebreaker, and the year was 2016, and it was in Chicago, and one person on this broadcast was on that top board.
That wasn't a tiebreaker. No, Chris Brand won that board with the most centers.
Really?
Yeah, no, that wasn't a tiebreaker at all.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
Chris was way ahead. Chris was way ahead of everybody else.
I think it's just one center at max. Anyway,
Well, he was way ahead of me.
Yeah, you just lost outright. That's what was happening.
So we did see perhaps a little sign of Matthew Tatanchi first top board, at least for DBN. We only report on the sets that we have in our database. So it's for those that have not done it. It can definitely be a stressful kind of experience, and I think we may have seen a little bit of that here. Even as we were saying, Peter McNamara, who's been on 9 boards, took some time to really think through that choice. So really entertaining. Next, we moved to interviews. So we're going to go ahead and hear from our players what their thoughts were going into this championship game. Perhaps we'll get some insight into how what we're about to see. Let's hear from our players now.
I am here with Christopher Ward, the number 7 seed on this VDL top board. Let's talk about your position on this board. You're Austria. You didn't have much choice, so you're next to Michalis in Turkey. Then you have got Jackson and Nikola in Italy and Russia. Who do you distrust more?
Oh gosh, maybe this is a disservice to Jackson, but I kind of feel like Nikola is perhaps a bit more long game. Maybe, I don't know.
Okay.
Jackson's kind of scary. Michalis is kind of scary. Nicola's kind of scary. And the West isn't much worse. I'm pretty pleased with the draw. Austria hasn't been doing too well in winner takes all games, but I just wanted to avoid Russia and Italy. Went fairly high up the list.
Okay.
So that was welcome, so I didn't have to worry about that. And then it was just, what am I going to get, Austria or Turkey? Michalis loves an IT. Whether certainly is Italy. Whether that's also as Turkey, I'm not sure, but I'm guessing he might lean in that direction. ATing against these two guys, Jackson and Nikola, isn't going to be easy. Well, I kind of feel I'm leaning towards trying to make a play for friendship with Nikola.
Okay. Well,
and see what happens. I don't think he's going to be desperate, because I don't think Ben is going to lunge at him in the north, and Peter's not going to come east anytime soon. I wouldn't have thought.
That sounds good. I mean, that's a sentence I don't hear that often. I think I'm just might work with Nikola, but good for you. I think. I mean, from what I've seen, you guys have worked well in the past together, right? I think many people have a sort of, not the best relationship with Nikola, have some traumata, but I think from what I remember, you guys have pulled off some nice alliances before, didn't you?
Yeah, it's I think he gets frustrated by me making silly mistakes, so look out for what I do in this one. I think we've got a similar approach to the game. I think we're both like alliance players who like to keep everyone else quite balanced. So I think we're quite compatible in that way. I've not had a lot of top board experiences in my second top board, so we'll see how it goes.
Okay.
But I think there's a play. I mean, I could get taken out easily, but I think the board isn't going to want Michalis to race out. Like on my other top board, I was Austria, and I got attacked by Russia and Italy, and it handed the game to Turkey. So I will try and remind people of that if I'm getting hit from all sides.
I'm here with number 6 seed, Michalis Kamaritis. Welcome, Michalis.
Hi, pleasure to be here as always.
Michalis, you're on another top board. What's going to be different this time?
It's my 7th, so statistically I'm guaranteed to win it.
All right, so gambler's fallacy. That's what we're banking on today.
Pretty much. It's my best hope at this point. If I can't win them on my own skill, then I should be able to win them by mathematical probability.
Well, we'll be watching to see if that happens. You sent me your predictions for this power selection beforehand, and it went almost according to plan. There was quite the dramatic pause by Matt Tatanchi, maybe a record length for Paris Method on DBN. What'd you make of that?
I think Matt didn't expect to go first. It reminded me sort of how I had felt in the same place in VDC, where I was the 3rd seed and then ended up picking first. It's a little more difficult. You have to calculate whether to take France or not, basically. And yeah, in the end, I think he's taken France, but maybe he's not too happy about it. I don't know. We'll see.
And he was struggling with that. So your prediction was that Matt would end up in Russia and you would end up in Turkey. Everyone else, you pretty much predicted right. Does the fact that it's Nicolas in Russia change your approach to this game?
It means I'm less concerned about Nicola dominating the West and running away with the game, but I don't know. I think that there's still pretty good players in the West, and Peter in Germany is also someone you have to watch. For me in Turkey, it's sort of the same plan regardless. I need to find someone in the East to work with. I need to survive the first few years, and then I need to make a charge late on. Hopefully in that time, nobody in the West has run away with the game and been too far ahead to catch.
So you're well known, self-promoting, but also known by others as an IT specialist, a Kraken specialist, as we like to say. Is that going to be an approach for you here? Is that something you're aiming for, or will that only work if nothing else is available?
I'm definitely open to something. I'm open to working with anyone in the East. I think as Turkey, you don't really have the luxury to pick and choose. You'll pick the one person that's usually willing to work with you, and if it's a Kraken, great. I know how to run them very well, and hopefully that plays into Jackson's thoughts because he knows that I know how to run them very well. So maybe that can be an advantage. But I do remember after the Broadcaster Brawl last year, you challenged me to win a top board as Turkey, because I'd done it as Italy in that. So it would be nice to do it from an IT.
All right. What if everybody wants to work with you? What if no one's coming after you? What do you do then?
Well, then I'll just try and solo, I think.
Okay.
All right, we just had the power selection. And Peter, you got Germany in 5th place. How do you feel about it?
I got to be happy with that. Germany's a great country. I wasn't really sure whether to pick Germany or Austria, but I like being in the West. And 2 weeks ago, I didn't get on that well with Jackson. So I don't know if I really wanted him as my neighbor again this time.
You and I suffer from a similar problem, which is that we're both overrated. And so it's very important to be overrated in diplomacy. And so how are you going to address that with your neighbors in the West? Because everyone's going to be worried about Peter, and we all agree you barely ever win. I mean, I think it's been like one top board in 4 years. So, tell us what you're going to do.
It'll be interesting. I think I have a better record of defending Germany as defending France. But as long as I get Russia on side, I won't get slaughtered, or I shouldn't get slaughtered. So my relationship with Nicola is going to be key in the opening.
Okay, have you worked either with Ben or Matthew Tatanchi in a way in which you didn't brutally stab them for a solo?
Yes.
Okay, which of the one have you done the least amount of damage to?
I've only, I looked up the record. I've only played with Matthew twice. I've played with Nicola. I played with Ben a lot more.
So we can expect an FG.
If Matthew's up for it, we can get an FG.
And if Ben's up for an EG?
Then we're getting an EG.
How about a Western Triple, as long as we're just agreeing on everything? Would that work for you?
If they want to do a Western Triple, I'll kill them both.
All right. Why did it take you so long to pick the power when literally it's running McNamara 2.0 software, which we know is the fastest known to mankind?
It's not that fast.
Did Matthew Tatanchi take so long to pick France that you think he may misorder multiple times in this game?
That was a surprise. I don't know why he took so long to take France.
I don't know what's going to happen in this game, but I know you always make it great with your gentlemanly charm, your dry wit, and your impeccable results. They could be a little more peccable, hopefully, in this game. But anyways, best of luck to you, sir.
Thank you, Ed.
Ben Kelman, congratulations for making the top board of the VDL Championship board. And here we are just right after the power selection. And it was an interesting selection, I think. People thought for a long time. I thought you were thinking quite a bit as well. But what I also saw was you had quite a time where you haven't been playing VDL. I think your last game was in June. You had already, banked a great score. So what did you do to get back into it? How did you prepare for this game?
I really haven't very much aside from playing the VDC 2 weeks ago, and I was very rusty in the VDC. And honestly, I did not feel in mid-season form, but how many chances do you get at a top board? So, gonna go for it anyway.
Absolutely. And, you clearly stated that you thought that something else would happen in the power selection. Jackson dropped below you. You thought for a long time and picked England. What did you think you would play coming up to the game? It seems like it was not England you were expecting.
No, well, this is such a good board, right? You've got such great players on this board. I know you didn't ask exactly, but Nicolas Taillet, I have not had a lot of success next to. So if he was going to take France, I wasn't going to take England, even though I do really like playing England. So he was still sort of next to me, though, and I had to think about Matthew. I played with him the least of anyone on this board, so I had to think about what's it like being next to him and who's likely to pick Germany. But coming in, I expected to probably get either Italy or Russia, so it was a completely different mindset. But so these players are all great, not just Nicola, obviously. I just, sometimes, and we'll see, maybe I'll work with him well this time.
So how does that change your game plan? What is your plan now? You've got Matthew and Peter in France and Germany. Scandinavia often important for England. There you will meet your beloved Nicola again. Who do you think? Who will be your first bat to work with? Who's
the last top board I played was VDC from last year, not the one that just happened, but a year ago. And I went in with too specific a plan, and when it didn't go that way, the whole thing fell apart. And I am trying not to go into this with an exact plan. I'm trying to play it straight up, sort of see how the negotiations go, try to find someone to work with. The only thing I want to make sure I don't do is sit around and not do anything, because I have done that before and I've had trouble and lost games that way before. But I've done that less as England than as like Austria, Turkey, Italy. So we'll see.
I say we wrap it up here, and I wish you all the best for the game, and hopefully we can see you on DBN after the game as the winner. All the best, man.
All right, we have Jackson Roberts here, who could have played in the West, but he decided to pick Italy.
Yeah,
you played Italy on top boards before. Didn't you just do Nexus or Olympus?
Well, yes, Nexus top board. I did play Italy, and I was there at the end.
Okay. Do you think you playing Italy was a surprise to anyone?
Absolutely not. I'm 100% sure that at least 3 people saw this coming.
Okay. Is that because you essentially like to wrap your deceptive claws around people, and Italy is the best place to do that?
Yes, it is the easiest place to just kind of hover over someone.
Okay. Michalis Kamaritis is an advocate of the IT, especially when he's Italy. Especially when he's Italy.
He likes the Italy.
I'm wondering, is he for the IT? Do you think he's going to want to IT?
I don't think he likes it so much on the top boards, to be honest. I think it can be a bit scarier on a top board, especially, here's the thing, with me in Italy, it's a lot harder to do. From what I've heard, people have expressed some concern about being able to Italy-Turkey with me specifically, which I would like to get over. I am a great alliance partner.
Okay, look, you can't look at this and say this is not a tough East. You have you have a lot of really super hot players, and I'm not talking about looks going into this. Although Nicola Taillet, but look, he's Russia. Michalis is Turkey. Wardy coming on strong as Austria, and you who've been hot. You're on a 2023 hot streak. What? how can the East get some momentum as opposed to being just a knife fest, which we see a lot on top boards?
I think the big thing about this East is that it needs to not just know which direction it's going and point in that direction for a good long while, but it also needs to know how it's going to move from that direction. A lot of top boards we see airs and then some form of IA or AR or IR. I don't think that this is going to work for this top board. I think that there is much more opportunity for all of these Eastern powers if they can start looking at the West earlier than they start looking at the full East.
All right, I have one question. It's a somewhat serious question.
Yes.
Which is, I'm one of your biggest supporters. I say you're capable of any move at any time. But if I'm going to be fair, sometimes you're a little impatient. I've seen you become more patient this year. You want to play Italy, which is a patient country. Are we going to see impatient Jackson? Or are we going to see modern, mature, less testosterone Jackson?
I think the biggest reality of my diplomacy game has been from that first year that I started playing diplomacy. I was very jumpy in every board that I played. I was willing to go at any point, at any time, and I think I've learned a lot more about how to wait, how to move in a way that is less threatening, and better alliance play. So you're gonna see the similar Jackson who has been throughout 2023 playing the slower game and being willing to pick my moments much more strategically or patiently.
So, all right, look, Jackson, best of luck to you. The youth of America, if not the world, is on your side.
Here we go.
I'm here with number 2 seed, Matthew Tatanchi. Am I saying your last name correctly?
Yes.
All right, Matthew Tatanchi, welcome. Congratulations on making the top board. This is your first top board in a virtual game, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Now you're on this board with lots of other people who have played top boards before. What are your thoughts about being in that position coming into this?
Inexperience, I think is something I'm concerned about. I've been on a top board, but in a full press game. And that was one of the most stressful games I've ever played, and it took about 2 or 3 months. So I'm trying to apply the lessons I've learned in that game here. But one thing I always struggle with in virtual is like rapid assessment of the board, state of the board, and being able to transition that assessment into diplomatic games quickly. So I think that's one thing I've been trying to work on. That's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing that XD players, extended deadline players, struggle with when they come over to virtual. You clearly did it in the regular season, though, because it got you all the way up to the number 2 seed, which, to your surprise, I'm guessing, got you the first overall selection in Paris Method, given the, we think, record-long pause before making a selection in Paris Method. Talk to us about what was happening for you during that pause.
Yeah, I think you're seeing a little bit of the why it takes me a little longer to make decisions in that. We had about a month of time to prep for this and knowing that it was coming up. So I kind of played out some scenarios in my mind, thinking about who was likely to pick what and where I would end up, who I wanted to be next to, who I didn't want to be next to. And also knowing that this is a league game, I have relationships with most of the other players, but I haven't played with, I think, 2 of the most dangerous players, Nicola and Peter. So a lot of that went into my calculation of where I would end up. I was thinking I would end up in Italy. So I was sort of planning, I was strategizing about that. I wanted to be next to Wardy and McAuliffe. I didn't want to be next to Jackson. But so I think the way that the Paris method shaked out, I wasn't dissatisfied being first. I think some of the drafts I've seen recently, I think people are over gamifying the draft itself. And so one of the reasons I wanted to go as early as possible was just that, well, if I wasn't going to end up in Italy, and if I thought Nicola might go down, well, France will be open. But I wanted to also see where the other people were in line.
So you could have chosen Italy.
I could have.
So was it just that France has a reputation of being so strong that you just couldn't pass it up when the moment came? Was that ultimately it?
I think that's a big part of it. I also didn't know, with Nicola dropping down, I wasn't sure where he was going to go. I didn't want him to go into England. I was pretty sure Peter was going to end up in Germany, being 5th pick. I didn't want to end up in the West. I was worried about ending up in the West with Peter and Nicola. I think I would be very outclassed in the Western theater if that was the case. So that was one of the reasons I was pausing. I was thinking, well, maybe I should just take Italy and go that route. But ultimately, France's naturally defensive position, I think, is going to play well on the top board. I've played with Ben quite a bit in the past. I have a good relationship with him in most games we play. Peter I've only played once with, and it didn't end terribly well for me. So I'm looking forward to the game. Honestly, I'm a little bit nervous, but I mostly just want to have fun and have a good game and do the best that I can.
All right, it sounds like Ben's probably your target off the bat, or is this more just you have this history with him, you know it can work, and you're just going to go and wait and see?
I don't really have a plan straight off with this one. Okay. I was thinking more, because I thought I would be in Italy, I was thinking more about where I would be with presumably Michalis and Wardy in Austria and Turkey. But even then, I think being flexible diplomatically, finding out who genuinely wants to work with me, and seeing where the opportunity comes up to make moves is going to be really important.
All right, Matthew, it sounds like you're a student of the game and of top boards, and we're excited to see how that transpires for you on this top board. Good luck, man.
Thanks, Brandon. I appreciate it.
All right, I'm here with number 1 seed, Nicolas Taillet. Nicolas, congratulations on making this top board.
Thanks. Happy to be here.
You've played VDL for 3 years, and you have made the top board 3 times now. You won the first time you played on the top board, didn't win the second time. What's going to happen this time?
Hopefully I win, but given my performance on the last top boards I play, I think it's a rather optimistic view.
Well, so tell me about this process for you. So you were the number 1 seed and you decided to drop down to number 2. What was your logic there?
Actually, believe it or not, it was kindness. When the time I played VDL, first season you dropped a few spots, and I feel like that helped me. And Matthew, it was his first VDL top board, and I thought just let's give him the first spot and let's see what happens.
You did it for Matthew.
Yeah, for the newer player. And I thought also I thought about dropping one more even. But then, in our last top board together, basically Ben, we attacked him with Karthik, and I thought maybe he wouldn't want to be next to me, so I want to pick ahead of him. So if he wanted to be away from me, he had that option too.
What was your logic in taking Russia, rather?
Honestly, I didn't have a lot of logic into it. I think Russia is just a country I like to play. Famously, maybe now I don't like the corner powers. and Austria, the last time I took it, you were there. It didn't really end well. So yeah, I had the choice between 3 countries since France was out, and I thought Russia would give me possibility to speak to everybody, to play in the north, in the south, and let's see what happens.
I have to ask you, what did you make of Matthew's extremely long, possibly record-long pause before selecting his country?
It leads me to think that everybody was thinking I would pick first and pick France, and that somehow they all had planned for that. Ben also said that he had thought about this, and it never happens like you think. So my guess is that some kind of a plan, but now it's a new plan that they have to devise.
All right. So then, do you have any initial thoughts on an opening strategy?
Not really. Let's see who wants to do what. I was quite surprised, actually, not completely, but a bit, that Michalis took Turkey and not Austria. Of course, he's an IT kind of guy, but I don't know. My non-love for corner powers did it a bit surprising. Let's see what happens here. And I think this IT stuff is going to drive a lot of the discussion on the board, in the East at least. Let's see if Wardy is worried about it or not, and what he wants to do. honestly, as Russia, I'm kind of flexible. If I need to open north, if I need to go to Gal for a bounce, let's see as far as openings are.
Good luck today, Nicola.
Thanks.
Well, thanks again to Hal Schild for putting together that interview package. Really, really entertaining and some insight there. Adam, we'll start with you. What were your takeaways from what we just saw?
You know, one of the things that I've noticed about top boards in particular is that in opening negotiations, and actually even as the game progresses, people tend to hold their cards tighter to their chests than in normal games. And it kind of felt that way watching those interviews when, you know, the interviewers were asking questions around, you know, what's your strategy? What are you thinking? I don't really feel like anyone gave any huge insights. You know, it was really, oh, I could do this, or I could do this, or I could do this. Maybe not super surprising, but, you know, I think it definitely parallels the way people typically negotiate in these games.
Brandon?
The confidence I think that players like Jackson and Wardy were showing was fun to see. I felt like they both are kind of like, yeah, I can win this, you know, why not? And, you know, from Jackson, it's not surprising. I think confidence is a sort of one of his intrinsic character traits, you know, which I am so in awe of. Anyone who's like that. That's great. But Wardy is not a player who is like flashy, right? So for him, I think to evince that much relaxation, calmness is awesome. And it speaks well for his ability to get out of the gate. On the other hand, Matthew Tatanchi seemed very nervous to me. And I worry for him. I think the speed with which he was answering questions in the interview, the sort of the slowness, I should say, mirrored the slowness that he was showing in the Paris selection. And I'd be concerned that he might be too slow to make decisions and might get left behind in the West. So, Nicolas Taillet's confidence is always, you know, is always prominent, and deservedly so. He's, you know, he's a fantastic player. And he's, I think, probably the one to beat, even after seeing those interviews.
So a couple things I noticed. One, McCallus, I think, had more confidence in this top board than in past appearances that I've seen. I loved his little comment about if everybody comes at him, he'll just solo. So it's like that's great. And I really feel like a theme that I heard throughout all of these is his response to a potential IT. I'm curious if that's actually going to play out. Like it doesn't happen as often as one might think, even for McCallus. So we'll see if that plays out. But
to that. Yeah, to that, I just want to say it looked very much to me like Wardy and Nicola both were thinking AR off the bat. So even if Jackson and McCallus aren't thinking IT from the outset, they may actually get pushed into it.
Yeah. And then I also, some things that I picked up on, Ben Kelman purposely avoiding Nicolas Taillet in his power selection, and Peter purposely avoiding Jackson Roberts. So that was a lot of fun. Karthik, I'm going to bring you back on, and we're going to go now to our picks to win. I'm going to go with Brandon. I'll start with you. We'll go reverse order this time.
Can you put the powers up so we can see them?
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll take a quick look here at our players. So this is who's playing and where they're located. Let's see if I have
the powers.
Will show us the powers. Give me a second. We'll just pull up the map.
Yeah, perfect. Then we'll see them in place.
Yeah. There we go.
All right, perfect. So, goodness. I have to be honest. My heart is with Ben Kelman. He's had quite the year already. He attended the Michigan National Championship where they won. He's a diehard Blue. Wolverine, and his Lions are vying for their first Super Bowl ever tomorrow. I'm going to actually go with. I'm going to go.
Sorry,
with
you can take a whole minute, but Brandon, to make your
thank
pick.
you. I'm going to go with Jackson Roberts. I like his position in Italy. I think Peter and Nicola being next to each other is going to be a problem for both of them. So I'm going to go with Jackson to take advantage of that.
Karthik?
I unfortunately was also going to choose Jackson for slightly different reasons. But since he's taken by Brandon, I'll go with Peter. Germany is a country I think that suits Peter well. I think he'll benefit from having Ben and Matthew in England and France, recognizing that Germany has purpose in checking Nicola. So I think Nicola being there will actually be a good thing for him if Peter can spin it the right way. And I think that Michaelis will be a source of chaos. I think he'll be frustrated in the South after some early success. And I think that will bode really poorly for both Nicola and for Jackson.
Adam?
Wardy's going to surprise us all and come out of nowhere and win This Is Austria.
Bold pick from Adam. And I will put I'm going to go with Nicolas. I'm going to give him the advantage with the tiebreaker. I definitely see this as an uphill battle, but I think if he can hang on, he'll be able to take advantage at the end. It's going to be a lot of fun however it plays out. Let's hear from our players real quick and get their picks to win, and then we are going to start our game coverage.
Okay, final question. If not you, who will top this board?
It's really hard to see past Peter. He's pretty good. I reckon my instinct is that Matthew will try and FG with him to take out Ben. And it's whether he can get the jump on either France or Russia, I suppose. But he's a very good player. I'm glad he's on the other side.
I mean, I'd like to say me. I'm not convinced it's me. I think this is really hard to call. I think whichever one of Matt and Peter gets the best out of the West, I think is going to be in a really strong position. Ben as well, but I tend to think Matt, I think, has played with people in this game less than anyone else. He's definitely the one I'm personally least familiar with. He's only moved to virtual more recently from extended deadline, and so that could be a big advantage for him in that people don't really have preconceived ideas about what he'll do, and I think he can sneak under the radar in that way a bit. But he's France, and it's harder to do that as France than it is as other countries. So maybe Peter.
Oh, I don't know. This board is honestly, 4 of these players I think are incredible, and the other 2 are just as good as I am at least. So it's like a total. I was already talking about Nicola, and then I was saying, where's Peter playing? Peter's always got a good way of keeping things from focusing on him, so I'll say him.
What should we, the viewers, be looking for in your play? I know you're not going to tell us what you're going to do, but give us a hint so we can observe and get the inside scoop.
I'm hoping that we can just put on a good performance so that we get a nice show today. Sometimes you see some top boards that end up being a little bit dull, and some of them are great contests, and I want to make sure we get the latter one with a lot of interesting play.
Aren't the only interesting ones the ones in which you win?
Yes.
One thing I've learned about top boards is that they are not like most league games. This isn't going to be a long-term alliance type of game, which I am more accustomed to playing. And I think my general play style and personality suits those types of longer-term alliance plays. Most top boards seem like there's more shifting and more balance of power being played.
I actually like Jackson's chances here.
All right, so it is time. VDL Championship, number 4 championship game of the 2023-24 season is underway. We're going to, Brandon, you've been on quite a bit. We're going to give you the first break. And Adam, I'm going to have you start us out with our game coverage. Before we do, just want to ask everybody if you are enjoying the coverage, let's go ahead and give the show a thumbs up, help boost that algorithm, get some people to help watch this game and our great players. This is going to be a fun one. Adam, Spring 1901, take us away.
And we roll. Okay, so in the West, we have a support into Burgundy. So very cagey move by Matthew, really playing it safe. England goes up to the North Sea, Norwegian and Yorkshire, as England's are commonly doing. The Germans move to Tyrolia to bounce Jackson out. That could be really interesting to know how that happened, whether that was something that Peter sniffed out or that was agreed upon. I'm thinking it probably was not agreed upon. And then in the East, we have the usual bounces in Galicia and the Black Sea. Michalis in Turkey makes the increasingly popular opening of the equivalent of a Smyrna hold, but moving into Ankara. And so a lot of fairly standard stuff, though I really am intrigued by the supported move into Burgundy and that bounce in Tyrolia. I think Venice to Tyrolia is clearly a nice move by Italy to make, and I think Peter probably just didn't want him there and saw it better to keep him out than going up to Ruhr as one normally does.
Agreed. I think it gives Peter the chance to punt on the Belgium decision, saying, England, you deal with it. France, you deal with it. What can I do? I have no unit there. I think it's a really nice play from Peter.
Yeah.
Yeah, classic top board opening for the modern meta. From my perspective, a lot of players who know what they're doing, trying to wait and see, and we will wait and see.
Okay, so in the fall, we have England is taking Belgium. So Matthew is supporting that, gets cut by Burgundy, but that doesn't really matter. So France gets their 2 builds from Iberia. England gets their 2 builds from Belgium and Norway. No bounce in Sweden, as I would not expect in this situation. A really interesting move by Nicolas Tallier, moving Warsaw to Livonia. That's one I'm going to watch. That's a nice flexible move that can drop into Prussia or go up to St. Petersburg next year. Gives him some flexibility for the builds. The other fascinating move by Nicola is moving Sev into Romania, putting the fleet there, which is not commonly what we see here. But when it's followed by Michalis also not going to the black and moving that Ankara fleet out, this really... I don't know what it smells like, because usually when it's in RT, you want that army in Romania. It will be really interesting to see how that plays out. Austria plays it safe, covers Trieste, goes down to Greece, gets their 2 builds. Italy convoys into Tunis and pulls up to Tyrolia. So really setting up for a 1902 where folks are going to have to make some decisions. This is pretty normal for a top board 1901. Nothing overly aggressive happening. People grabbing their supply centers, but we'll learn a lot by the builds, but we'll learn even more by the moves in spring 1902 about what people are really thinking about.
Right. So one thing I'll say is, like, I think where you may be seeing a wrap potentially in the South, like when I see that sort of mixed signals there, where you see really, really pro-Russian moves from Turkey, really pro-Austrian moves from Russia, that's basically my first and primary thought. I'm really curious to see if that actually ends up happening, because a rat on the top board could be really, really interesting to watch play out.
Absolutely, and Michalis clearly can't be liking that convoy to Tunis. The Lepanto-style opening from Italy is just generally not really a good way to get out of the gate with an IT. So we'll see how that develops.
Mm-hmm.
All right. When we get to our adjustments, everybody just about picking up 2. We've got Italy and Turkey both picking up 1. The interesting one for me, the most interesting one I'll be keeping an eye on, is going to be the adjustments from Russia.
Mhm.
Karth, what are you expecting from this?
I'm really looking to see what happens in Sevastopol. If nothing is built there, I'm thinking rat. If a fleet is built there, it's going to be that Nicola chose to do an RA over everything else. If we see an army there, potentially an RT with an agreed upon movement of Rum to Black Sea, Sev to Rum, and then we'll see whether Black Sea goes back to Sev. I want to see what happens in St. Petersburg. I assume Nikola, whatever arrangement he made with either Austria or Turkey, is predicated on him having power in the north, being able to check whatever happens in the west. And what he does in the north will tell us so much about whether he perceives Ben as an issue to deal with now, whether he wants to work with Peter, and where we're going to go to see 1902, 1903, 1904.
I'll make just one comment, which is this is a top board. We're going to see people making these, and these are players who know how to play a top board, I think, for the most part. So we're going to see players making builds that offer flexibility, that don't tie them down. Fleet Sev is about the least flexible build that Russia can possibly make. I would be shocked, absolutely shocked to see Nikola make that right here, okay? So call that a prediction or whatever you will, but that really ties Russia down to a very specific strategy, and that's not what you want to do on a top board. You want to build yourself as much flexibility. I would be a fleet north coast of St. Petersburg is aggressive. It's not as tying down as a Fleet Sev is, but I would be more likely to see two army builds from Russia in this position than seeing a fleet at all.
Adam, are there any other adjustments that you're going to be keeping an eye out for?
England, do we get a second army by England? And if we do get a second army by England, is it in London or is it in Edinburgh? Right? I'm pretty certain we're not going to see Fleet Liverpool because, again, that's a very inflexible build. At least you can obviously get it back around north, but it takes a lot of time, causes a lot of momentum loss if that's what you're going to do, and it costs you major diplomatic capital with France. So I think we're going to see something in Edinburgh and London, but I don't know if it's going to be two fleets, an army and a fleet, and if it's an army fleet, where's each one going? That will say a lot in terms of how Ben is thinking about what he wants to do immediately. Wow. Okay. Wow. I'm really surprised by the fleet Marseille. I would have still expected a fleet in Brest here. And the fleet London with the fleet Marseille gives Ben free access to the English Channel. He doesn't have to take it, but from this position, I would be surprised if he doesn't.
Right. I actually disagree. I don't think he'll take the English Channel here, given the fact that he built the Army Edinburgh. Even if he does go after France, Germany will not want to be working with that double army England for too long. And I think this actually goes to point one of the benefits of being committal and not being overly flexible. By making this commitment, I think Ben and Matthew put each other in a really good position to work with each other. That would not be available if they had both decided to play as flexibly as possible. And hopefully this does go to show going forward an increased meta of being willing to aggressively commit to each other early. And when that happens, when you go counter meta like that, you can often reap massive, massive benefits. And it's something that used to work, I think, to my advantage really well back in the day when we did see that more aggressive play on the top board.
All right. Well, Adam, we're going to give you a break and we're going to cycle in with Brandon. Brandon, welcome back.
Hey there.
And what's catching your eye from these adjustments? What are you expecting from what you've just seen?
Well, before I give comment, do we not have a sideline report for Winter 01?
You know what? We do. Absolutely. Let's pull that up before we get into our next section. Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
All right, VDL top board has started. Your intrepid side reporters, Robert and myself, are here. I've got the East. Robert's got the West. In the East, spring 1901, I would just basically, the theme here is Wardy's worried. And the first thing he says is he feels like he's out of depth against Michaelis, Jackson, and Nikola. And everyone seems to want to work with Wardy. In the end, the only bit of surprise here was the bounce in Tyrolia. Although the truth is Jackson had told Peter that he was moving to Tyrolia. Peter knew that and bounced him, which I think is exactly what Jackson wanted. Other than that, nothing very exciting in the East other than listening to Wardy get worried about what's going to happen to him.
Fair enough. Well, in the West, I can quickly follow up on that. There was a short conversation between Jackson and Matt where Jackson said there is no plan to bounce in Tyrolia, but I think we will, by the way Peter says words to me. So both of them kind of knew that this was coming. The discussions in the West, the three people are talking very differently. Peter is just being Peter, very calm and collected, proposing things, nothing too special. He tells each of the two, hey, I want to take the other out. It's going to be an issue if we keep them around. Ben seems a little worried as well, a little nervous. But he talks in a different way. He seems to prefer Peter a little bit over Matt, the way he's talking to me. Matt and Ben don't seem to be clicking in the first conversation right away. It's the last conversation of the Western Triple anyway. And Matt is very calm, but doesn't seem overly excited to talk to either of the two. And, after the EF conversation, after all of them have talked to each other, Ben is saying, after Matt has left the room, I think the conversation with Peter was better than this one. I didn't plan this one ahead of time, but, I think that went better. Now, if we move into the fall, we see those are the moves that were entered in fall. What were the negotiations in the East that led up to this?
So I would put the theme of the fall in the East. Everything here that you see is basically planned, although Wardy was a little concerned that Jackson would move to Trieste, which is why he did that. He arranged with Nikola, DMZ of Galicia. The Bulgaria move to get the fleet out was also arranged. Michalis told Nikola he was going to go to Romania to force two to be put on it. Nikola had promised the fleet to Wardy, because the theme in the fall in the East is everyone's worried about Wardy. They all want to work with Wardy. If Wardy had the wrong worries, they all want to work with Wardy. The problem now is Wardy has literally made every deal possible, okay, with 3-letter combinations. He's agreed to an air, a rat, an IRT, whatever else is there. I mean, if he could get some Western powers in that alliance, he would. So what is going to happen in O2? I have no idea where Wardy's head is at, but he didn't want to lose Trieste, and he wants to keep his options open, and it sounds like everyone wants to work with him.
Okay, well, in the West, after not having talked much and not too friendly in the spring, E and F start talking first. And they talk for a long time. They agree both not to build neither a Fleet London nor a Fleet Brest. And it seems a little friendlier than in spring. It seems like they're slowly warming up. And Matt says he's mainly worried about Jackson. He says he's the biggest worry. He just promised him not to attack him in 1901, and France Matt was a little surprised that he didn't give him any more than that. After that, Ben and Peter talk. And they don't agree on specific builds. They talk for a long time. Peter tries to get Ben to build Liverpool and London and to say he will do that, but he's not really getting anywhere. Matt is detouring and talking about tactics, long-term things, strategy, but not saying what he will build. In the end, FG, they only talk very late in the day. And Peter didn't quite expect a supported move into Burgundy, so he's a little befuddled by that. And he says, I don't want England to get Belgium, but I'm not sure if what he's doing is really helping his cause, because he tells Matthew that he will move into Burgundy just to be sure. He's telling Matthew that whatever Ben builds, if he gets 2, is probably not good for Germany, for him, Peter. And, after all, we see that this didn't necessarily motivate Matthew to bounce Belgium. If that was, sort of 3D chess move, and Peter actually didn't really want him to bounce it there, or Peter just didn't get the right approach, who knows? But that's about all that I have for the West in fall. So I think we're gonna wrap it up here, and we kick it back to the booth.
All right, that was fun. I'll go to you, Brandon. Let me remove this. Here we go. Your thoughts coming out of those negotiations, and what are you expecting after we saw those adjustments?
So the thing that I noticed most of all on this board was Ben Kelman's builds. Fleet in London and Army Edinburgh was the opposite of what I would have expected if he wanted FG or FE, sorry, EF. And coming out of those and hearing about the negotiations, I'm even more worried for the possibility of an EF. It doesn't sound like the two of them got themselves on the same page. It doesn't sound like Ben is on the same page with Peter either. So I'm very worried for Ben, I think, in general. Nikola has declared his intent to come after Norway. So I expect to see RG coming out of here.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off there, but I 100% agree. I think not only is RG going to come out of here, I think Ben is behind the 8 ball, unfortunately. And the choice to build in London will be actually really, really detrimental to him because he won't be able to send Edinburgh to Norwegian with a tempo that you want to have. If I had to guess, I think Ben's game is going to see a lot of trouble, and I don't see any reason for Peter to abandon that course. I don't see any reason for Nicola to abandon that course until Ben is gone from the game. And I think Matthew can still profit from it a little bit, but hard to see Ben's path forward.
I think that, yeah, the Army Edinburgh just doesn't do anything for him. The only thing it could do is get convoy to Norway or just act as a deterrent to France coming up. But, he won the negotiation with France and got the fleet in Marseille, but, didn't follow it up with builds he needed to make that alliance work. The other thing that stuck out to me about the sideline report was Wardy being in the soup. That wasn't the impression we got coming out of his sideline interview or out of his pregame interview. So to hear that he is, uncertain and fumbling, even though he's got everything set up on a platter for him, is a little disheartening. But the East, with that fleet in Romania, they're not set up to do anything against Austria. So this has potential to be a rat at this point. That's what I would be. That's what I would expect to happen next.
Yeah, I mean that's what I thought was going to happen when I saw the ball moves. So I'm not surprised if it will actually end up happening.
All right, Karthik, call out what happens in spring of 02.
So we see good moves, I think, from pretty much all players involved here, which is what you want to see on a top board. We see in the South, we see the rat that we wanted to happen here. We see Khan, Smyrna, all piling into the Aegean Eastern with support from Greece. We see Trieste supporting Vienna and to Tyrolia. I'm sure Jackson's be very, very worried here, given that he probably expected to have some defensive efficiencies in Italy. That goes away when you have a rat coming at you with this much speed. If he can get Apulia and Venice rotate into position in time, he may be okay. But two things are working against him here. One, that the army's already in Tyrolia, meaning that Apulia will be kind of forced to hold Venice for a long time, while Asha can rotate around him and make those guesses. And two, because of the fact that Matthew built Fleet Marseille instead of Fleet Brest, there's going to be a turn slower to try and get the army in Spain over to Piedmont, even if Jackson can convince Matthew to do so, which I don't think he can. So I think we're in a long, long day for Jackson, where he'll be on the defensive for a good portion of it until he can get a diplomatic flip to occur. I think there's a greater chance of that than Ben getting the diplomatic flip to happen, as we see Russia and Germany move against him, and France moving into position to basically choose what he wants to do. I think this is really important for Matthew here, because I think he's going to quickly realize that he can't make too many gains off of Italy without giving a massive benefit to the rat. And there's no hope for Ben. So I think his best hope here is signing on to an FG with Peter and praying that Peter chooses him over Nicola, which I think there is good reason for Peter to do.
I just have to give a little early applause here to Nicola and Peter. Everybody agreed that they were the two strongest players on this board, the ones to fear the most. And so what are they doing? They are moving all of their units in the opposite direction, with the exception of Ben Kelman, who didn't set himself up well at the end of 1901 to counter them. So it's impressive. Well done. Oh, I would add, by the way, the one move we didn't talk about in the previous turn was Nicola moving that army down to Warsaw rather than following up to St. Petersburg. This is a moment where Christopher and McCallus have to be very much policing their alliance hygiene with Nicola.
Mm-hmm.
Is this me or is this?
No. It's just me. I just wanted to see if you had anything more to add. But no, you're absolutely right that this policing of hygiene needs to occur. And I think that's why we see the supported attack on Romania saying, hey, like you can't try to slide into the Black Sea here. We're going to make you hold this unit. Warsaw cannot come down to Galicia. Warsaw can stay there. That's fine. But you can't do anything else shady there. Here we see Trieste attempt to support attack into Venice. It's a fall turn, fair enough. I personally would have liked to see the rotation, but I get that Christopher Ward wanted to support Old Greece, make sure that there was no shenanigans and IT flipping or on whatever. We see Mao go to English Channel. I think this may honestly be agreed. Oh no, just kidding. Burgundy supported Rory to Belgium. I was like, if this was not agreed upon, maybe it goes to now. But once you take Belgium like that, definitely not agreed upon. We see the bounce in the North Sea, 3-on-3, always fun to watch. And I think this is going to be the end for Ben. Like I said, Matthew's making the right decision, I think, here to try and make a play to secure what he can of the English Isles before Germany gets all of it. Russia maybe gets Edinburgh. I think staking the claim here will give him potential to negotiate going forward.
If you're Matthew, why are you giving Belgium to Germany? What's the argument here?
Honestly, I don't think there is a good one. I think Peter is probably telling him, hey, this is the price of working with me, basically. And that may be why he agrees to it, because Peter has all the power in the relationship right now, right? If Matthew says no, what's the end result for him? A longer protracted war but Peter knows where his next target is, right? It's really good for Nicola if this happens, and okay for Peter, but not great for Matthew. If Matthew wants growth, he kind of needs to accept it, even though it's probably not a great deal for him.
I like it. I actually like it. I like it as a long-term play. Nicola and Peter. So if Matthew's going to win, he eventually needs Peter and Nicola to fight. And so allowing Peter to get a little bit bigger here and be just more concerning to the rest of the board, I think suits him. Question is, what does he extract as a concession for giving him Belgium here? Is it that the build has to be a fleet? Because that would be quite a thing to extract here. I doubt Peter would agree to it. But if Matthew could get him to agree to it, then that would set Peter and Nicola on a collision course.
Right. I can't imagine he extracted that. If he did, negotiation of the century there right by him. I think it's going to be an army. I think even if Peter did agree to build Fleet Kiel, he's going to use the fact that he got bounced out of Holland as an argument. Like, I couldn't build Fleet Berlin. That's far too aggressive of a, whatever. But yeah, so I think it has to maybe be he gets London and Liverpool, maybe is the negotiation there or something along those lines. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's what I would going to say my pitch would be. So first of all, if I were Peter, I would definitely be making the argument, hey, I need this so that I can look at big bag scary Nicola over there. Yeah. And then I would also, if I were Matthew, say, okay, my cost is, instead of just Liverpool, I'm getting London also.
Eventually.
All right, winner of 1902. These are our adjustments.
Fleet Brest. Did not, or Fleet Belgium, I mean, Berlin.
So I think we just saw the negotiation of the century, according to Karthik.
Love it.
Yeah,
love it.
Beautiful.
Love it. Well done, Matthew. Well done.
Yeah. Let's go hear how that happened. I'm definitely interested to hear from our sideline.
So here we are again for the sideline report of 1902. Kick it off, Ed. What do you got for us?
Okay, so again, everyone's trying to figure out what Wardy's going to do, but Wardy is talking a long time with Michaelis, and so I think that there's a general consensus at some level that there's an AT, but in any event, Michaelis really wants a rat. Nicola tries to convince Wardy that maybe an heir would be appropriate here, and Wardy says, I think that's a bit hasty. He wants Tyrolia. He moves to Tyrolia here in the spring, as we can see. He definitely wants a rat. Nicola had suggested, well, in case there's a issue with Turkey and Greece, you might want to move Serbia to Albania, Budapest to Serbia. And so he did that, which kind of honked Michaelis off a little bit. He's like, I would have put you into Romania, in the fall if you had not done that. But in any event, the main issue here is it looks like there's a rat with Russia kind of being the junior partner, but Russia making a lot of progress in the north, as we can see.
Okay, well, in the West, right after the beginning of the turn, Peter says, okay, I gotta go to Baltic, as if that were a given. And I think Ben actually believes him. They talk for quite a while, and Peter manages to convince Ben that it is better not to support Hold Norway for now, but to set it up in a way that he can convoy his army in there in fall. That's why he doesn't support Hold Norway. He plans on, with help from Peter, to convoy that army into Norway in fall. But at the end of the EG conversation, Ben just said, shit, that sucked. I think he had a feeling at the end that something didn't quite go as he wanted it. There is a bit of a discussion with the EF that, London, oh no, I didn't understand that you didn't want me to build there. Matt said, yeah, sure. But after all, Matt is very calm still. Ben is a little bit, beaten down already. Matt is very calm and seems forgiving, seems to be open to still work with Ben, even though he probably lied to him. We don't quite know. Very interesting is how Nicola and Peter talk to each other, because Nicola says, they're going to be scared of each of us, of the two of us anyway. So let's rather work together than do anything else, because otherwise, we're going to be out and alone at some point. FG don't really talk much at all. They only get into a room about with 1:30 left on the clock, and they don't really talk anything productive this turn. So then we move into fall. And what do we see here?
Okay, so I think Wardy's Wardy's still talking a ton to McAllis, which, freaks out Nicola a little bit. But really what they're talking about is the theme of Fall 1902 in the East, which is Taye the threat. There is a GR in the mind of AT. They didn't expect Russia to make this kind of progress. They're worried about those armies, lingering, which were deals made with Peter. They tell Taye that they're going to attack Romania, so he should support it. So that will at least prevent one army from moving down. But no discussion, really. There was never a thought that Wardy would go to Piedmont, Trieste to Tyrolia, Albania to Serbia. Sorry, to Trieste to put 3 on Venice. Nor was there an idea of Serbia to Budapest. That just wasn't going to happen in Wardy's mind. They were going to put 2 on Romania like that. They told Taye that's what they were going to do. But really, the threat of GR is impacting what's happening now in the East, and everyone's worried about those armies. And they each sort of have deals with the other, where Michaelis is telling Nicola, oh, Austria's wide open, and Wardy is telling Nicola, well, Turkey's there. So I don't know if the AT will stick. I know that this is kind of a slow-forming rat.
Okay. Well, in the West, Ben goes to Matthew right away, and there's a big mea culpa moment. He is essentially talking a lot, tries to say, look, I'm sorry, got played there. Let's work together now. Matt is very calm, still talks much less than Ben, but seems generally friendly and still open to think about things. There is a long conversation between Germany and Russia. Peter talks to Russia before he talks to any other of the Western powers. And it partly takes that long because it's very funny how they talk to each other. It sort of seems like it's taken out of a textbook, like for foreign language learners, because it's very simple, very short sentences with big pauses in between. It's like, what do you build? What do you want it to be? I guess something in the south. Oh, I thought you wanted to see something in the north. And they go on like that for a long time. It seems like nobody wants to give the other one a lot of information. They work together for now, but both of them know that this will not last forever, most likely, and they are hedging their bets. FG talk with each other later. Both want Belgium, and both make the argument, well, then I could build a fleet, and that would be helpful for us. But in the end, Peter can convince Matthew to give it to him by the argument that Russia is getting too strong and that he needs to keep Nicola in check. Late in the day, Peter is offered Sweden as well. Ben comes to him and says, look, would you take that? And Peter's saying, yeah, well, no, not right now. Let's talk about it again later. And Ben is kind of unhappy, unfortunately, with this whole situation. That's about what we have for fall of 1902, and we'll see you again in 2003.
Oh, no insight onto the whether that build in Belgium was negotiated, but we do have one of my favorite. Oops, clicked on the wrong button there. One of my favorite exchanges with the foreign language textbook from Robert. You can gives you a little peek into what it would be like to sit in those negotiation rooms. I'm going to bring Adam in, and Brandon, what did you see here in that negotiation?
Well, the little bombshell at the end I thought was quite significant. That that Peter, first of all, it sounded like Peter was offering Fleet. They were like, Fleet was on the table for both of them. It was just a question of whether he or Matthew was going to get it. If that's the case, I think Matthew made the absolute right decision to allow Peter to have it. The surprise here, though, is that Peter, knowing that he was going to set himself up to fight Nicola, did not take Ben's offer of Sweden. That is a good offer. The difficulty is that he would have to open up Munich for a build, but go to Silesia. No, that is a good offer because you're taking Belgium, you're hurting Ben at the same time as he's helping you, which essentially turns him into a Janissary. Ben is going down to 3 no matter what. This would prevent Nicola from getting a build. Yeah, I'm surprised Peter didn't take that offer.
Yeah, especially if Peter's committing to build Fleet Berlin. Well, why not, make the aggressive push at that point to do it?
Maybe the only thing I can think of is that Peter thought he would get into North, but actually the way to get into North is to say you're taking the offer to Sweden and to take that fleet off the table. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe it's a case of just not wanting to get too big too fast also. It's a dynamic game, and maybe we don't want to put all those eggs in that basket. Adam, what are you seeing right now?
We have a dynamic in this game where the West is very likely going to resolve a lot faster than the East. And so if you're playing Austria, Italy, Turkey right now, this is a dynamic that you are not liking one bit. And you really need to think about how are you going to change that dynamic through diplomacy, whether that's by changing the alliance structure to make the West more chaotic or changing what you're actually doing on the board. The problem is right now, Austria and Turkey are pretty well ingrained in the Italians. That could change very quickly, most likely by Turkey turning on Austria, but that still isn't encouraging a change in the dynamic in the West. So that would be a risky play by Michalis. On the other hand, the play against Italy is really slow here. So I think they have some difficult decisions to make, and possibly even giving Italy some space to maybe go west while they move on to Nicola might even be something that you're considering right here.
All right. Well, Karthik, we're going to give you a break. Thank you. And Brandon, why don't you talk us through 1903?
Yeah, so not surprisingly, Michalis and Wardy do the right tactics to get Wardy into Venice. The AT is holding in the east so far, along with R, who shifts lots of stuff up north. Meanwhile, Matthew does the obvious thing, going to Irish Sea, while taking Belgium as well. This is a surprising turn of events here, and my initial reaction is that it's a bit soon for Matthew. He's got Peter and Nicola on a collision course, and Matthew appears to be looking at Ben as both someone who might help against Peter. Maybe there's not that much there, but look, Matthew is fighting both of his neighbors at the same time. Never a great thing. It looks from the moves that either Peter and Matthew just couldn't get on the same page, or that Peter sniffed out that Matthew was going to do this, or Matthew figured out that Peter wasn't all that interested in actually working with him. But yeah, their units are moving towards each other.
I wonder if there's something that, maybe we'll hear from the negotiations, but I could envision this being a case where Matthew says, "Hey, Peter, you're going to the Baltic Sea, right?" And Peter says, "No, I'm not going to the Baltic Sea. I'm bringing my fleet out the other way." And Matt says, "No, you're going to the Baltic Sea, right?" And Peter says, "No, I'm not doing that." And maybe something like that would precipitate this, because this is not what I would want to see Germany doing if I was in Matt's shoes. So it does feel premature from a stabby perspective, but it does seem like an acceptable balancing move for him to make, given the way Peter is bringing all of his fleets to the forefront. And that's not showing any balancing with Russia. It's showing a balancing against France. So I don't necessarily disagree with Matt's decision, especially if it was based on that kind of dynamic.
All right. So a question I had in my head was whether Matthew would forego Liverpool in order to cement an alliance structure that suits him in the West, and he has done that, which is the kind of restraint that that builds relationships. That said, he's still in Irish Sea, so the threat is still there, and Ben doesn't look like he's going to get a build anytime soon. So Matthew hangs on to Belgium. Peter will be looking at a disband here, which for most likely is going to be one of those fleets, I would assume. In the east, we have what could be a dipsy doodle. It might not be. So we have Christopher Ward hanging on to Venice, and we have Michalis Kamaridis taking a swing at Greece. There will be a question here for me whether this was intended as a stab. The retreat to Adriatic suggests that it probably was. And it is a stab that he is apparently interested in continuing, because Adriatic says, "I'm going to fight you, Austria."
Gosh, Michalis, I'm very puzzled by this move by Michalis. I don't know why there would be any expectation that attack on Greece would work. That's just frankly bizarre to me. And going to the Adriatic here, I mean, I don't know what you get out of that. Maybe you can work with the Italians against the Austrians, but why do that here? Why do you want to switch sides? If you're going to switch sides, maybe it's to fight the Russians, but not to fight the Austrians here. I don't get it. So let's see how that goes. Otherwise, I think this was a fairly unremarkable turn where really nothing happened elsewhere.
I find it really perplexing as a strategic choice for Michalis as well. Without Russia on board, an attack on Austria is never going to go anywhere. Russia, Nicola, is the one sitting in the catbird seat right now. No one's fighting him. He is topping this board currently. Doesn't have a growth path at the moment, but that could change fairly quickly.
Doesn't have a growth path, but has neighbors who are moving against each other instead of him. So from a strategic flow of the game, has lots of potential options.
Maybe the goal here is that by making this move, he's hoping he can convince Nicola to drop down into Galicia now.
Maybe.
It's possible. Nicola's got options here, right? He can move to Black. He can move to Galicia. Unlikely to do both. But we have a big disband from Jackson here. Probably Tunis, I think, and then make a hope that Michalis is willing to work with him.
Well, it could be an army, actually, given what just happened, because maybe Jackson sees Wardy as somebody who he can try to work with.
That would be a choice.
All right. Well, let's see if we get any insight from our sideline.
All right, welcome back. We are your sideline reporters for 1903. In the East, nobody's really saying anything in there. It's all about Wardy. Nicola really wants Wardy to start, thinking about moving on Michalis. Michalis really wants Wardy to move up to attack Russia. Wardy's sort of like, well, I'm just going to make sure Greece is safe here. Why don't you just tap Apulia and I can take Tyrolia? And Michalis says, okay. But Michalis really doesn't see the utility of Albania and Serbia supporting Greece the whole time. And basically, every conversation is pointing out that Nicola is getting stronger and he has those armies and they're going to hurt somebody.
In the West, I'm very impressed with how Matt is taking the pressure of this top board. I think he's the only one who has not played a virtual top board, but he's very calm and collected. He's trying to play both sides. He says to Ben, you know, I can only fully move on Germany once I got Germany and Russia to fight. He then goes to Peter and tells him, look, I'm just going to take Belgium, but he's coming up with a plan. He says, like, you know, if I see commitment against Russia from you, I will convoy out of it straight away into Liverpool. You know, if I see that fleet in Baltic, that's what I'm doing. Ben is mainly frustrating at this point, a bit beaten down. Yeah, and Peter tries to tell Ben that he needs to cover Liverpool, that he needs to be in position for that, but Ben doesn't even want it. He says, like, look, it's your fault if I can't do that, so I don't care moving my fleet back. Then we can go to fall, and what did you hear there?
So in the fall, the first thing is what to do about Jackson. I think there's a realization that there's not many easy dots to go against Jackson. McAllis wants him to go west. Jackson's like, why would I go west? And McAllis is like, well, that'll make you useful. And he's like, that'll make it useful for you to take my dots. France hasn't done anything to me, so I have no intention of doing that. Meanwhile, McAllis is trying to get Wardy. It's sort of McAllis's machinations here, trying to get Wardy not to double support Greece again. Nicola is going to Wardy, trying to get Wardy to start thinking about the move on Turkey. And in the end, they all agree that in 2004 is when Wardy's going to move on either Nicola. that's Wardy's agreement with Nicola, that they'll move on McAllis, and he's got to deal with McAllis to move on Nicola in 2004. The build is key. He's assured McAllis a build in Budapest, and he's assured Nicola a build in Vienna. So I don't know what's going to happen, but that'll be a tip-off, I think, as to what side he's picked.
Okay, yeah, well, in the West, you know, even in this position, Ben is talking more than Matt when they are talking. Matt is really a calm type of player, listening more than speaking. That's his way of playing, and it's working kind of good for him so far. Ben makes a strong pitch that he shouldn't take Liverpool right here, that he would just facilitate in GR, and Matt is very open with Peter. They sort of have a little bit of prisoner's dilemma right here, Germany and France. They seem to be in agreement that Germany needs to do something against Russia, but, France says, you know, he can't take any English dots before or move more against England before he sees a German commitment against Russia. And Peter at the same time is worried that he'll be stuck between France and Russia and wants France to lay off of him a little bit before he can commit against Russia or actually see commitment against England. So what do they come up with in the end? They just say, well, we should break up that rat. They sort of externalize the problem and say, okay, we need to deal with that first. And once this rat has broken up, we can safely take English dots. And they sort of agree to do nothing in this fall. That's fall of 1903. And we will see you again shortly.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Adam, I'll start with you.
I think we've been underestimating Matt a little bit in this game. He's playing great, and he's making good choices, and he seems to be negotiating really well.
Yeah, I think the one of the things that stuck out to me there is that it doesn't appear that the relationship between Matthew and Peter is that bad yet. I mean, we'll hear next year, right, after this, but from the fall turn, it doesn't sound like Peter, you know, was that angry, and so that speaks well to possible coordination between them. I have to say, in the East, I'm surprised that the alliance sort of hit speed bumps that quickly, and I think it's a failure to deal with the fleet in Romania. I think that's McAllis's big mistake so far, is that's the thing that can imbalance the ART. It would have been a way to get McAllis another dot and secure the defensive back, his back door, basically. So instead of trying to get Greece here, I think they would have been better off sort of pushing to have the Romanian fleet disbanded.
Gosh, I see a pathway to an AI right here where Jackson helps Wardy push into Bulgaria and takes Venice back, and that would be something that could get them both rolling. Again, I don't think it solves what's going on in the West, but it at least gives them a little bit of momentum. I would have to imagine that Wardy is very unhappy with McCullough right now, and there's that retreat to Adriatic instead of Eastern Med is really burning the bridge.
Yeah. Well, we will see how that plays out. I'm going to go ahead and flip y'all's positions. And Adam, why don't you take us through 1904?
Well, we need to see the builds first, yeah.
Well, I was going to say that I would be really fascinated to see what the builds and disbands in the West are. And actually, the Army Holland disband is not what I would have predicted from Peter.
Yeah,
Gosh,
that's good.
I would have thought one of the fleets would go, and that's really interesting. I mean, I mean, it makes some sense, but he's leaving himself very open to Matt. But maybe he trusts enough that Matt is not going to push on him, and maybe it's sending the diplomatic message to Matt that he's not the threat. So really, really fascinating. The Army Marseille is also really interesting. If you're going to build an army, I definitely love putting it in Marseille instead of Paris in this position. But a case certainly could have been made to put in for Fleet Brest here.
I'll say this is all setting up for Nicolas to side with Wardy. He needs Wardy to help with the center of the board more than he needs McCullough to keep Wardy in check. I'd be very surprised if Nicolas doesn't slip into black here. And
100%. Go down to Sev, go to Army to Romania, Romania to black. Absolutely.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. And indeed, that is what happens here with an agreed bounce in Galicia. What I can assume is an agreed bounce in Galicia. Interesting. Let's see. So Greece goes to Bulgaria with Ionian following into Greece, and
with support from Albania.
Yeah, I mean, trading Greece for Bulgaria with Italy makes sense. Doing that in conjunction with giving up Venice. Well, I guess the intention wasn't to give up Venice, but it looks like Adriatic is also supporting that attack. So
Adriatic is supporting Venice to Apulia, and Aegean is supporting Greece to Ion. So I believe this is evidence that McCullough believed he made a strategic mistake and is trying to rectify it here, and it didn't work.
Didn't work, yeah. So Venice holds, and they basically get Wardy gets Bulgaria, loses Greece, but that's by agreement. I don't know what the situation with Venice might be, not agreed, but and let's see what else is happening in the West. Burgundy is vacated in favor of Paris. Really a whole lot of nothing, except that the Germans put their fleet into Kiel, so that they now have 3 fleets on the North Sea, along with the English Channel. So that's and the Norway. So a lot of fleets on the North Sea right now.
I suspect Matthew is planning to convoy Picardy into Liverpool here. This all looks like bad news for Ben, but Belgium is now at risk, actually. So Peter
it's not at risk if he doesn't convoy. It's at risk. It's only at risk if he convoys. He can just put Irish into Liverpool, which would be the safe thing to do here.
Safe, but not necessarily right.
Yeah, so the decision to not support into Burgundy is not insignificant in this setup from a flexibility for Matthew Tatanci here.
Yeah, I mean, Matt had to know that this was what Peter was going to do. I mean, supporting yourself into Burgundy, that unit can't support Belgium, right? Because it's going to get cut by Munich. So you're still forced to use either Picardy or the Channel to support it if you're worried about Peter making an attack the next turn. So I mean, it builds some diplomatic goodwill. I mean, tactically, it's certainly not optimal, but on the other hand, it's not terrible either.
Yeah, I mean, it's very plausible that Peter's play with Holland is to try and help get North Sea and not Belgium. So I mean, that's going to be the gamble.
Well, I'm sure that's the play, right? I mean, that's certainly the play, but whether that's something that that Matt can trust, we'll see. I mean, as Brandon said, like the thing you want to do here is convoy to Liverpool. But that requires trusting that that's in fact what Peter is going to do. And then you have to worry about, well, is Norway going to support the North Sea in that situation? Right?
Yeah,
what
it's
does
going to be
Nicola
a
do?
juicy turn.
I think one thing in Matthew's favor though is that Nicola is now in the Black Sea, very good position in the south. Turkey will not be able to offer any resistance. So if Peter has to look at the balance of power here, and he needs to have something that keeps Nicola in check. If it's not him, it's got to be someone else. Wardy is the only possibility at this point. Peter's probably going to want to bet on himself. In that case, he does not want a war with France.
All right. So Peter, in fact, does go all out on the North Sea, and he gets Nicola to support him there. So indeed, the English are finally kicked out of the North Sea. The French do indeed convoy up to Liverpool. I'm kind of surprised in this case that they still self-bounce in Burgundy rather than putting something there after convoying out of Picardy, but that's the choice that was made here. Meanwhile, in the east, the Russians try to convoy to Constantinople. Is that successful? It doesn't look successful.
No, it gets bounced by Adrian.
I see. Wardy is back with McAuliffe, it would seem, and going against Jackson, which I'm struggling to see that, but that's what happens. So McAuliffe takes Bulgaria back, and I guess Wardy must have been really spooked by Nicola. McAuliffe must have done a really nice feat of negotiation here to achieve this effect. Of course, Italy now gets a rebuild, so that's interesting.
I don't dislike it by Wardy in the sense that somebody has to keep Nicola in check. Wardy wasn't looking at much growth anywhere except for Romania and through Russian dots. But on the other hand, right, there's the alliance structure, it bouncing back and forth. He had something workable with Nicola. So you just have to wonder what exactly is the alliance structure that Wardy wants next.
I feel like this is totally masterful play by Nicola. This is really just beautiful. If he orchestrated any of this, he sneaks into Armenia, he manages to just really kind of put himself as the good guy through the whole, to everyone, obviously, except McAuliffe, but he's still the good guy to pretty much everyone on this board.
Don't you think he'd rather McAuliffe be disbanding here, though?
I don't think it matters, right, to him, because the unit that's disbanded is Adriatic, or in this case, Ionian. So it really doesn't make it easier for him to push through, because it's a unit that's way out of position anyway.
Yeah, I think this turn actually, I disagree in the sense I don't think this turn was so great for Nicola, because the alliance structure is changing in the east now in a way that doesn't suit him. A and T being locked together with I sort of hanging out, I think suited him well. It wouldn't surprise me if he turns around. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it just depends on which way Wardy goes. Wardy seems to be, changing direction every turn. So, Nicola's got doesn't feel great about it. The move to Romania, though maybe that was agreed. I don't know.
I doubt it. I feel like Nicola was.
It seems unlikely. Yeah, it seems unlikely.
It wouldn't surprise me to see that army come back, though, out of fear that that Wardy may turn. But the big news here really is Matthew Tatanci is in a very good position here. If he were acknowledged to be a stronger player, I think everybody on the board would be reacting to it. I think that he has the opportunity to sneak under the radar here.
Yeah, be the little guy, and he's playing a great game. I think so. Let's see where it goes. Definitely, when you're France and you're in this kind of position, sky's the limit.
All right. Well, we are going to take a look at our sideline report. Then I'm going to bring Karthik back on, and all of us will do a game of Who Do You Like?
So here we are for the sideline report of 1904, and I'm cutting into Ed Sullivan's word, so please have your go, mister.
I was just excited to hear you say Ruhr for the first time, but we haven't heard it yet, so oh well. Look, in the East, the lobbying for Wardy at the end of Winter '03 is intense. Michaelis obviously didn't like that build, but he pitches to Wardy a plan to where Wardy gives up Greece, moves to the Ionian, he gets Romania, and that's how Michaelis wants to go through. Nikola Taye, however, has a better plan, which is Wardy gets Bulgaria and keeps Venice and doesn't have to give up Greece. And so as we move to the spring of 1903, and we can see the moves, Wardy goes with
just a second.
Goes with Nikola, even though you can't see it on the map. The only thing in there I cannot explain is how Jackson got into Greece with Austrian support. That must have been done via messaging or a conversation I missed. And originally I thought there would be a deal for Greece, but as we'll find out as a little teaser, there wasn't.
Okay. Well, in spring, Peter's really not happy with Russia not doing anything with Sweden. He wants to work with him on North Sea, but, you know, Sweden is just holding there. He doesn't like that. Nikola, on the other hand, says he's very cautious about Ben not being prompted to throw to Matthew, because Ben is really less happy with GR than with Matthew. And Nikola says that is his worry. GR want to get Ben to take Belgium in spring or in fall, but Ben is really fully on a Janissary deal. He's trying to pitch to France, I'm going to be your fleets, you know, I don't need to really get big. I just want to survive on a few centers. France, on the other hand, is talking to Germany, you know, promises Peter to move out of Burgundy if Peter will finally start moving on Russia. But as we see, that is not happening. If we move into fall, what has happened over there?
Kind of a shift of Wardy again. First of all, I don't really feel Wardy's heart was against either McAllis or Nikola, to be honest with you. And you can see it in his gameplay. But he took his swing at McAllis, and McAllis, the Oracle, to all three players. He's scrambling, right? Which is, he's telling Nikola that, you know, if the attack is continued by all three, that Jackson's going to get his dots. He tells Nikola that, you know, he tells Nikola that, he tells Jackson that Nikola's going to get all his dots. And finally, none of that was working. Finally, you know, McAllis made a deal to help Jackson into Venice, and that didn't work. And nothing here worked because at the end, McAllis and Wardy talked for about 2 minutes, and McAllis just basically said, I'm giving all my dots to Nikola unless you turn it back around right now. Nikola just needs my dots to win the game. That's it. You've reached the end of what you can do, but we can work together. Just move back to Greece, kick Jackson out. I won't tap Trieste. Jackson won't be able to get Venice, and we can move forward here, and we can have play in the East, and we can maybe stop Nikola. But that's the inevitable outcome if we continue. And Wardy goes, I hate to admit it, but you have convinced me. And so that's what happened.
Yeah, interesting. In the West, it's very interesting as well because E and F are talking for like half the phase, literally 7 or 8 minutes, even though they don't really talk about much specifically. Ben is still talking way more than Matt. And France and Germany have been talking for a while, and they seem to admit that they want to work together, but they are really bad at getting to specific plans together. And even now that we see that France has pulled the trigger on England and Germany, because France didn't support the North Sea, Germany therefore could take North Sea. Even now, they have not really had any specific plans. It was all vague, and yes, we could and we should work, and yes, I would like to do that. So that's very interesting. Both of them are playing sort of a lone wait and see game, not really, giving the other much in terms of negotiating. But as we see now, they're giving each other something in terms of moving. And I'm curious to see how this turns out and how this continues. So let's get back to the board.
All right. This game is starting to heat up. Adam, I'm going to start with you.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I'm really loving the French position. I'm hoping that Matt has what it takes to play the long game, because I think, he's been sort of the underdog this whole game, but he's quietly advancing his position. The East is such a mess, and McAllis is really just diplomatically, doing a good job in keeping it that way and keeping his hopes alive. I think he probably sees this as a position where he just needs to make sure nobody gets way too far out ahead, and then he can make his play later in the game, which is something you can do as Turkey as long as you don't have too much ground to cover.
Karthik?
No, I think they hit the nail on the head there. I think that Matthew has a really good shot for the reasons that Brandon mentioned, that no one seems to recognize him as the threat he is because most experience comes from extended deadline, which a lot of the players on the sport have not been following as much. So normally you see a France like at this position, you think alarm bells ringing everywhere, like, 5-alarm fire. And here, everyone's focused on Nicolas for obvious reasons. Everyone's focused on Peter for obvious reasons. People are looking at the south of the board for obvious reasons. Life is good when you're a France that's big and being ignored. So I really like that position. And I really like Nicolas' position, given the fact that Turkey is in on the ropes. And Austria doesn't have the ability to immediately do damage to Russia. Pieces can move, Romania can fall, but in terms of actual damage to Russia, that's a year and a half away. So for me, I really like both France and Russia here, which makes sense because when one is doing well, the other is doing well as well.
And we haven't heard a word about Germany and Austria talking, which I think is really meaningful, right?
Right. I think that would be the greatest sign that Nicola would be under trouble, is if Germany and Austria are talking, because then you can actually see armies in Silesia, armies in Prussia, and that's how Russia collapses. Right now, with Wardy not doing that legwork, and maybe also some of that blame going on Peter as well, I think there's a lot of reason to believe that Nicola is in a really, really good position to run this game.
I'm gonna disagree a little bit on Nicolas. I think we're all in alignment on France is the sort of the secret assassin here. I think Nicolas' position is actually more precarious than it seems, and I think he's got a big diplomatic task right here, which is to keep Wardy on side. And I think if he gets greedy and tries to hold on to Romania while picking up the Turkish center, I think it'll be a mistake. So I think he needs to make a deal with Wardy that benefits Wardy here in the short term, at least. I have to shout out to the chat for noting on the last turn a mistake that Michalis made tactically, which is, Michalis is a very good tactician, but that army in Ankara is sitting unused, and it could have done one of two things, either one of which would have been much better than doing nothing. It could have bounced Armenia, Sevastopol out of Armenia, or it could have supported Aegean into Constantinople. My guess is Michalis just didn't think that this convoy was going to happen, and might have been worried about moving to Armenia and getting slipped in behind into Ankara, something like that. But now Nicola to back off would have to give up Ankara. So the question for me is, what does Nicola do in order to cement an alliance structure in the east that benefits him?
All right. Well, it is winter of 1904. We've got right now Russia and France tied on top for 7. Austria, played by Christopher Ward, with 6, and Peter McNamara in 5. We're going to play Who Do You Like? Karthik, I'm going to start with you.
Since I get to go first, I'm going to take France here. It's the relatively obvious one here. England has a lot of reason to be nice to Matt here. Probably the most generous of anyone of the 3. Didn't take Liverpool when he could have multiple turns ago. So I think that if Ben gets to choose and wants to choose who he gives his dots to, I think Matthew's a likely recipient. And there's very, very easy ways for Ben to let that happen. 2, I think, is going to be underestimated. In 3, I think in order for Nicola to win, he kind of has to get dots either off of Austria or off of Germany. And I think Germany will be those easier dots, which only strengthens and reinforces Matthew's position even more. In spite of Germany as well.
Brandon, what about you?
Man, I'm really torn. This game is it could go in so many different directions, and I think part of that is because it's Peter and Nicola in Germany and Russia, and like any edge that one gets, the other one can cancel. If someone on the other side of the board gets an edge, the two of them are fully capable of working together to counter it. I suspect they will give Matthew a bit more leash. I'm gonna go with Peter here to figure something out.
And Adam.
Man, I never want to bet against Peter in any game, though I'm struggling to see, being between France and Russia, how he's going to manage to get some dots without the other one being advantaged. And both of them are sort of larger and have more room for growth than he does right now. So I'm struggling to see how he pulls that off. So I'm not going to pick Peter. I think the choice of France is great. I'm going to go with Russia, though, because I think Nicolas has the experience to play out the long game. We're at the end of 1904. We probably have 4 or 5 years left to go. It's only a 6.5 hour game. And I just think he's probably going to have the stamina to last this out a little bit longer. And he's really managed the situation in the East really well. The dynamic has not fundamentally changed, and he's really managed that really well. So that's what I'm seeing right now.
I think another advantage in Nicola's potential favor is Christopher Ward and Nicola have played several games together and have worked pretty well together. So I think if it does come down to a diplomatic challenge, there is some past experience there that I think they could build on. All right. Well, Brandon, you've been on for a bit, so we're going to give you a break. Adam, I'm going to have you lead us through our adjustments, and then 1905.
Okay. So we get the extra fleet for France. That's probably not surprising in this position. Fleet build for Italy, again, what you would expect there. And Ben pulls Norwegian Sea again. I don't think any of these are surprises. Okay, so moving into the spring. In the West, let's see what's going on here. So now, clearly, Ben is no longer happy with Matthew because he's moving London to the English Channel. But now this looks like full-on FG, with the English Channel supporting supporting the Holland up to the North Sea, Liverpool supporting what is he support? Oh, he's supporting he's supporting North Sea to Edinburgh. So these are really quite supportive, quite FG moves, though he does move to Burgundy, which seems to be a balancing option as well. Moves to Piedmont to get involved in whatever's happening in the East. I think that's really a quite interesting move as well. In the East, finally, Peter moves to Baltic, though that's not followed up with anything to Denmark. So I don't know exactly what's going on there. Not a whole lot in Italy. Turkey takes Tunis, which was unprotected, and it's now all AR against T.
Karthik, anything to add?
No, I think I could not say any of it better myself. The only thing I want to call real attention to is sort of McCullough's flailing, which I think could damage any potential alliance against Nicola in the south. But other than that, I think perfectly described.
I mean, I think interesting to see. So I was going to just comment that Nicola set up to convoy out of Norway potentially into England, but he doesn't do that. He really just shifts down into Skagerrak, which is really interesting. That means that maybe what has been so far a game-long RG alliance is about to crack. It certainly doesn't bode well for that continuing at this stage of the game. It looks like fascinating. So I was going to say, why does Matthew not take London? And the reason Matthew doesn't take London is because Peter is supporting it.
Yes.
Okay, that's the thanks one gets for supporting Peter into Edinburgh. So that's really quite interesting. Now we see some shift of French units to the south, which is interesting. I think, again, he's playing a balancing game, supporting Italy back up into Venice. I wonder if he's overthinking things here, and Mao really should be going up to the North Atlantic here, not down to the Western Med. That's what I'm reading here. I don't necessarily dislike supporting Italy into Venice. Though I'm not sure you really want to be doing that. I think you want to be keeping Wardy strong so that he's a counterbalance to Russia, and so that the two of them are really forced to divvy up the centers in the south. So I think Wardy getting a build here is actually probably good for France. So maybe the support to Venice isn't what you want to see here.
I was gonna say yes and no. Like I can see the counter argument for it, in that you also kind of want to make Russia Peter's problem, so that Peter also has to do something about it.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Because like otherwise, like Austria getting a really clear advantage over like Nicola. Like there's less that you can do with your allies in the north and people that you're familiar with in the north. So I don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess there's no way that Matthew would have expected that Peter would be using the North Sea to support
Right.
Europe, right? So, yeah.
It's an interesting perspective, Karthik. I don't think I was reading the board that way. So that
I want to also, can you go back? I'm sorry. I want to point out something tactically that I think was a mistake here, and maybe you can tell me if this is wrong. But I think that if we see they can force another Turkish dot here if we have Black Sea supporting Armenia into Ankara, and we have Bulgaria can then cut Constantinople, and we can do a supported attack on Bulgaria from Serbia and Greece and potentially Romania as well, without putting anything at risk there. So I'm kind of surprised that they made this particular set of moves.
Right. That was what I was looking at as well. But I guess they wanted to go with this like convoy of Romania to Constantinople or something like that, and then the orders just got entered incorrectly. Or
Well, actually, did Bulgaria make a misorder? Maybe Black Sea was supposed to get support into Khan. Yeah.
Bulgaria ordered Romania to Constantinople. So I assume there's some convoy deal there. Yeah.
Okay, so it was supposed to be a convoy. So that's what happened. So this was guaranteed. If they had made the orders that were supposed to be made, this was also a guaranteed way to take Constantinople. And that makes sense that Wardy would want to do it that way, get that Russian unit out of his way.
Right.
Totally
Yeah.
makes sense.
All right. Well, it's 1905. Let's go ahead and we have another sideline report. And here we go.
Okay, we're back for the 1905 sideline report. It's getting excited. We can call the entire 1905 the battle for Wardy, because that's what it is. Michaelis won the battle at the end of 1904, pulling back. Immediately, Nicola gets Wardy in a room and is like, Wardy, what are you doing? This makes no sense. We had a plan and all the rest. And Wardy's like, well, I'm just afraid that, I'm just trying to keep the game competitive and, as in his English accent, elongate it a bit. Just trying to elongate the, that's a Dick Van Dyke accent if there ever was one. Anyways, he said, well, Michaelis is just going to, disband in your favor and you're going to win the game. And Nicola's like, well, I can play that game. If I start losing dots in the south, I'll just disband in the north and Peter or France can win. And that's what you're doing. So, meanwhile, we have to clean out the dead wood. And so that got Wardy back on side, as we can see in the spring 1905 moves. So Wardy is back on in spring 1905.
Well, in the West, it's fun. I mean, Ben doesn't seem super annoyed at Matthew. He sort of understands it. He's not personally mad. The interesting thing is that on the one hand, Matthew pledges to put Peter into Eddie. That's what is decided first, and then Ben comes to Peter and says, like, look, could we please self-bounce in Eddie? Which of course Peter says, like, sure, yeah, I will do that, because he knows that he's getting the support. Peter and Nicola still seem to be on the same page. They agree that Nicola should go to the Norwegian. There's very little friction in their negotiation. They know that they certainly have to keep an eye on each other, but when they talk to each other directly, they are on the same page quite quickly. At the end of the turn, right before deadline, Peter says, I've got some orders. Nobody's going to be happy with all of them, which is kind of funny. And then we go into the fall, which looks like this. So what did happen in the East there?
Well, the battle for Wardy continues. I mean, he's basically just said, I don't have the board reading skills. And before, by the way, anyone judges Wardy for back and forth, he is the people's choice. And think of the 3 players that were around him in this game. And think of yourself as being Wardy with those 3 sharks around this guy, okay, who's still in it. He's trying to I don't think he thinks he can win at this point, but what I think he's trying to do is not be the person who causes someone else to win. I think that's his goal, but that's just me psychoanalyzing. The big battle sort of engages because he knows he's losing Venice. And so, he wants to offset that with Khan, but Nicolas Taillet doesn't really want to give him Khan. Nicolas Taillet is like, look, you've got to support Black to Khan. We need a fleet there. It's FG versus us. And then McAllis gets in the room with him and goes through it all. And is like, dude, he didn't say this. This is me saying dude, because I don't think McAllis ever said dude. But Wardy, this it doesn't make any sense, blah, blah, blah. And so Wardy does not follow through on his orders here. I think Wardy's decision to sort of, help and not continue on with the attack of Turkey was bolstered by Peter McNamara, who spoke to Wardy much like a headmaster would speak. And he's like, we don't want to give Nicola the game now, do we? And so I think that explains what's happening right now.
Interesting, yeah. Well, in the West, it seems very clear that everybody knows that, F and G essentially just work together for 1 or 2 turns and now it's over again. France knows that, Germany knows that, everybody around it knows that. So even though they're saying nice words to each other, I think everybody is fairly certain that they will not just clean up England here. And as we see, that is what's happening. Nicola proposes to Matt that he should use Italy and he should use England as puppets and, keep them alive, prop them up. Peter pledges to keep London English, which is happening as well. And the interesting thing, the battle for Wardy, Wardy is sort of going to France and asks him, hey, can you keep me in Venice? And initially, Matt doesn't seem too reluctant to do that. But then Jackson, late in the phase, comes to Matt and promises him the world if he gives him Venice back, if he helps him back into Venice. He says, like, look, I just want to stay around, and if I'm not on 3, I'm technically not even in the game. But if you give me Venice, I'll give you whatever. I'll give you Tunis, and eventually I'll give you Rome and Naples, even if you want them. And Matt is like, oh yeah, that sounds good. So asks him again, so if I put you into Venice, you will help me get Tunis? And Jackson says, sure thing, absolutely, they have a deal. After Matt has left the room, Jackson is just saying, well, I don't know yet how I will help him into Tunis if I'm not in Ionian. But I'll figure that out later. All right, that's it for 1905, and we get back to the commentators.
All right, another fun one. Hey, Brandon, I'm going to bring you back on as well. Karthik, I'm going to start with you this time. 1905 impressions.
Can we see the map? Yeah, there we go. So I think basically based on what we're seeing here, I think that France, once again, continues to be in the strong position. Russia continues to be in the strong position here. But I think Wardy has a bit of the game catching up to him. I think his elongation of the game plan, as goofy as Ed made it sound with the accents and all the fun and the shenanigans, I think actually does have more promise than somebody give it credit for. I think that amount of chaos, as Peter tries to balance both Nicola and Matthew as if they were plates in the air at one time, I think could actually give Wardy a greater chance to win than anyone's giving him credit for.
All right. Well, thank you. Adam, we're going to bid you farewell, get you a break. And Karthik, I'm going to have you read us through our adjustments in 1906.
Cool.
Nice.
And here we are. So we have the fleet build in Trieste. Always fun to see. Love that. We have Army Smyrna, which gives McAllis a lot of defense flexibility. I think weakens Nicola's win prospects considerably. Huge misorder there that was really, really costly. We see the pulling of Yorkshire, which is really, really interesting. And I think shows that Ben does want to stay around on this board, doesn't want to choose who he gives his dot to, but rather will try to stay on that one lonesome dot for as long as he can. Kudos to him for doing so. And yeah, I think those are basically the major tales of the tale.
I think can I just add a comment or two here?
Yeah.
I think Peter supporting London is actually it's a remarkable sign of respect for Matthew. And it's a recognition that Matthew is in a great position and capable of taking advantage of that. So as frustrating as it may be for Matthew not to get the dot there, he's still in a very good position with Nicolas now poised to work against Peter. Helping Italy into Venice, it's certainly an interesting offer to consider for Jackson, to play Janissary for him. I don't think it really hurts him that much, so I think it's worth taking the gamble. But I'll just finish with Wardy. Wardy had an opportunity in this game. He may still, if he's willing to think big enough. He needed to work out a deal there with Matthew over Venice. And he and Matthew have a lot that they could work that they have a lot in common that they could both work together for. And so I think it's a mistake of diplomacy not to be able to recognize that and make it happen. Wow. Am I play-by-play or is Karthik?
Yeah, I think I'm still it. But very, very fun turn here. We see that Romania gets dislodged, which is what I was worried about from Nicolas' perspective. Once there was no longer a possibility of really harming Turkey, this was what felt like pretty obviously going to happen next. At the same time, we see Armenia get taken back. So now we have Nicolas actually in a relatively endangered position in terms of his win prospects. I don't see him going down too much further than this, but there's a huge issue there. In the north, we see Skagerrak going to Norway and Norway going to Norwegian, setting up an aggressive position where he can potentially cause some chaos around the Northern Isles, either by sending Norwegian to now and assisting Peter, or by working with Matthew against Peter. And I think this is a really, really good way for Nicolas to negotiate his way into dots, because of both of them would be vying for his support. In the south, we also see Adriatic try to support Venice to Trieste and fail. Christopher Wardy seems to sniff this out. So I think Italy will be a thorn in Austria's side, which may harm the Christopher Wardy's comeback hopes.
I just asked Wardy to think big, and he's thought bigger here. That fleet build looks great now because it threw Nicolas off the scent and opened the opportunity for it. Fantastic. Oof. Is it me or Karthik?
Karthik.
Oh, so me? Okay. So now we have Western going to Mid-Atlantic Ocean and Norwegian going to now. So as we can see, it seems like Nicolas has chosen Peter's side and is choosing to go over the top. Obviously, things can change, but it seems that the comments we made earlier about France not getting the respect they deserved as a clear major threat because he wasn't well known. Well, clearly both Peter and Nicolas had decided to take note of it and put in the necessary stops to control that. But by the same token, we see Italy working actively with France here. Earlier, we commented that we wanted Piedmont to go to Tyrolia. Well, now we have Venice going to Tyrolia, which should, in theory, accomplish similar effects. And also, getting aggression on Munich, but also having aggression on Trieste as well. The issue that we're seeing right now for Wardy is that despite building Fleet Trieste, he can't actually get it into the water anywhere. It's kind of just stuck in harbor, which is really a dud unit at this point. Now, at the same time, I said earlier that Nicolas was going to suffer some trouble, but not really go down much. That safety basically allowed him to negotiate with Nicolas, because Nicolas realized, hey, it's nice and all that Christopher's getting something off of Nicolas, but where do I get my next dot from? Where do I get dot number 5? And when he realized he couldn't get anything off of Nicolas, he's like, oh, Nikola, can you put me into Bulgaria perhaps? And I think that's what ends up happening here. And that negotiation is one that's relatively successful, which seems to me that Wardy will be on the major back foot now, with Russia having a reason to go after him, Turkey having a reason to go after him, and now Italy, in addition to having the reason to go after him, now has the ability to do so as well.
I don't know. Might Michalis build a fleet in Ankara here and take black and continue against Nicolas? It's a possibility. Will Nicolas disband North Atlantic? It's a possibility. This game could kind of go anywhere at this moment. The East is not resolved. The West is not resolved. I think Matthew is paying the price for not having kept himself compact. But Nicolas got a big disband here, and Michalis has a big build, and these two will dictate the next phase of the game.
Guys, we've got a game. 1906. We have one heck of a game. This is really exciting, and I'm just looking at Christopher Ward's graph. Normally, when you've got a game that's going back and forth, you see it just kind of go up and down like a roller coaster a little bit. We've had a roller coaster within the past couple of years, but the unit count has been the same. So this is flatlining, but it's been just doing this vibration thing across.
Wardy's count has stayed the same, but he's changed centers every year. That's great.
This has just been so much fun. So yeah, let's hear if we can get some insight into if the fun sounds good on the sideline.
Sideline report for 1906. I don't know how it was in the East, but in the West, I've been listening to a lot more silence this turn. You know, this part of the game where sometimes people just sit in the room and don't talk all that much, even though there was some significant negotiation. But let's start in the East. What was it there?
Okay, well, there was a quote by Michalis sometime in the middle of this season that says, Wardy is a pendulum, and the pendulum turns every season. The big issue is, why did Wardy build a fleet, which our commentators may be asking, and our analysts, but the answer is this. Wardy instantly regretted helping Michalis and not helping Nicolas into Caen because he thought it would empower France. He had earlier told Nicolas he would build a fleet in Trieste as part of their deal. So he builds in Trieste. Meanwhile, Michalis gets Wardy in a room, and Wardy's basically saying that he's instantly regretted, what he's done, and I'm annoyed with myself. And he tells Michalis, if all of this is just a play to help France win the game, then I'm out. And at that point, Michalis, I think, was taken aback, and he's like, okay, no one can help you with France with Italy except for me. No one can help you with France except for me. And meanwhile, Nicolas is very frustrated with Wardy because he didn't follow through and support him into Caen, and basically sort of lectured him on how to play, big games, and Wardy just sort of sat there and took it. And as we can see in the spring,
yes,
if we get the spring moving, Michalis sort of wins the battle of Wardy this turn with Wardy going to Romania. And so even though Wardy instantly regretted helping Michalis, he's gone ahead and gone with him.
Yeah, well, I've caught a conversation where Turkey and Italy both stated in the same room that they wouldn't be terribly happy to see France win. They don't want to throw, but they say that if it comes to that Matthew will win, they would be much more happy to see that rather than Austria or Russia for sure. France offers in spring of 06 to put England into Edinburgh and keep them as their janissary. Peter, on the other side, is using a very open negotiating style. As I've heard from him most of the game, he's actually often proposing tactically best moves to his even potential opponents. I don't know if he assumed that they would know them anyway, but he's proposing this thing with France. Like, if you go to Yorkshire, if you support yourself to London, you will get London in the fall the latest anyway. If that's in his favor, we don't know, but he is being fairly open in terms of tactics, even if it might not be in his best favor, which is interesting. Still, Matt and Peter don't really come to specific agreements. It's mostly very vague what they are talking, even though they are talking fairly friendly. Let's go to the fall. What do we have here?
Okay, this is the genius of two players, even though it doesn't look great for Nicola, but the Michalis and Nicola. Give me some space. Nicola is goes to Michalis and is like, we got to get rid of Wardy. He's the madman. They reached this decision in 1906. And Michalis is like, well, why would I do that? And they go back and forth. Michalis is like, look, I'm topping black. I'm topping Seb. You can't take rum. I'm done. And Nicola takes a lot of sort of of this from Michalis is like, I will put you in. First, he suggested rum. Michalis is laughing at that. And then he says, fine, I'll put you in Bulgaria. I'll convoy immediately in Bulgaria. Michalis is like, no, you got to convoy Ankara to Bulgaria. That's what you have to do. And we'll go against Wardy. And Michalis goes, what do you disband? And Nicola goes, I don't know. That's a hard one. And Michalis is like, no, it's not. You're disbanding Black Sea. If we're doing this is what you have to do. You're disbanding Black Sea. And he goes, fine, I'll disband Black Sea. Then Michalis goes to Wardy and said, hey, you have no place to have your build. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to take Bulgaria, convoy through Nicola. He's going to disband Black Sea, and we're going to attack Nicola together, okay? Because Nicola will think I'm on side. And Wardy's like, great. But I said it was the genius of Nicola, too, because they talked so long. When Wardy gets in the room with Nicola, Nicola's like, I'm sure Michalis has told you that I'm supporting him in Bulgaria. And this is a really bad play, but I'm going to do it. And so anyways, Nicola knew this thing was going to happen here the whole time. And there was not really much he could do to stop it, but he's hoping to get Michalis on side. We'll see what happens next, but that's why it took a little longer.
That's fascinating. In the West, Matt pledges to build Fleet Marseille. If Germany's moves aren't hostile, they both pledge that nobody should be in Ruhr. And Nicola tells Peter that he's basically out of this game. And this is a classical Nicola act. I've heard that a few times. At some point, Nicola pretends to be totally beaten down and not caring anymore, thinks he has no chance anymore. I don't really buy it. I think whether he knew already about what was going to happen in the South or not, I don't think that he for a second thought that there's no shot of winning this. But it's his way of, getting, a little bit of freedom, sometimes just pretending that he doesn't care that much and that he doesn't see a path anymore. Peter pitches him that he could go to now. And even though he's initially reluctant to do that, this is what's happening here. We see it. And maybe there is some more GR cooperation to come. So let's see if that's the case in 1907.
Thanks again to our sideline reporters, Robert Schupa, Ed Sullivan. Fantastic coverage, as always. Adam, I'm going to bring you back in. And Brandon, I'm going to go to you for a just quick recap of what we just saw.
I think the big news is out of the East and this murder mystery that we've got going on, where all three are telling each other different stories, and it could go either way. I think the builds are going to show us something here. If Nicola does, in fact, disband Black, I'd be a little surprised if he does. But if he does, that says something. Where Michalis builds will also tell us. But even then, Michalis builds Fleet Smyrna. It could still go up into Black.
Do we know what time it is in terms of the game? They know the game ends in 6.5 hours. How much time is left in the game? Because I think that's going to start to play into how people are playing and thinking about things right now.
We don't know, but these games usually go 10 or 11 years.
Yeah.
So
1910 is the average for Virtual Diplomacy League. Most, if they're moving, they'll get to 1911. So yeah, it's time's definitely going to become a factor here.
TikTok, guys, TikTok.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, one thing I just want to call attention to is, well, two things actually. One, two tales as old as time, basically. One, Wardy's indecision and half measures sort of getting the better of him. I think the decision to go one way, instantly regret it, and come back the other way with the build of Fleet Trieste causes these sort of issues where that lack of the unified strategy causes him to get bogged down, like tactically and strategically, by the units that he has at his disposal. And then two, Nicola doing the woe is me, I have no chance of winning anymore strategy. I know that I heard him tell me that multiple times during the game where he beat us both in the VDL, Brandon. I'm sure he told you that during that game as well. So let's see how it works out for him this time, and if anyone believes it.
I'm just going to say, from what I heard in that negotiation, if I see Matt put a fleet in Marseille, I'm going to cry. I'm going to cry. Put a game, put the fleet in Brest or put an army in Paris, but don't build a fleet in Marseille.
All right, Karthik, we're going to give you a break. See you next year. And let's see if Adam's crying.
Ah!
All right. Brandon, why don't you talk us through?
So the news in the East is we have the Nicola disbanding the fleet in Black Sea. I think this is a mistake on his part, and I think FleetCon will go to Black Sea here. I think that fleet in North Atlantic is just not. It doesn't have enough to do for him. Yeah, those are the headlines for me.
All right, we've got spring of 1907.
This is a crazy split Russia position, right? You literally have 3 units in the north, 3 units in the south. That's not where you want to be.
It's not good.
Spread out like this. That's not good.
It's not good. Well, okay, so I'm on play-by-play here. My eye is immediately drawn to the east. Obviously, Khan does go to black, which doesn't surprise us. We both just figured that. But the big thing here is what happens in Ionian. Greece bounces Adriatic in Ionian, which is great for Michalis, who now has a free walk into Naples. Not great for Wardy, who I think would rather have that fleet in the Ionian. But I suspect this is something that Michalis demanded. And maybe Wardy's not thinking about winning right at this moment. Which he should be, because he's definitely still in this. In the West, we have Matthew pulling units back and getting in position to play defense, which is probably what he should be doing. He has a big decision to make right now over whether to protect Belgium or to cover Burgundy. But he's in position to take North Atlantic. Yeah, if Matthew can win this guess over Burgundy, then I think he's got. I guess he's got London to worry about as well. A lot to do here.
Goodness, hindsight is 20/20, and it's easy to look back and second guess things. But what did that army in Piedmont accomplish in this game?
It kept the East. It kept the East a little messy. I don't think.
Maybe.
I think Matthew has only belatedly accepted that he's at war with Peter. I think he's been at war with Peter without realizing it for several years now. And had he focused,
if that Piedmont army had gone up to Tyrolia instead of messing around with what was going on in Italy, imagine what could have been for Matthew from this position, man.
100%.
Yeah,
he's still a good position. He's still got a lot of action.
I'm not saying it's bad. I still think he's got the edge here, but this is tough.
He wins the guesses.
Great tactics.
Oh, okay. So first of all, Matthew wins the guesses all around. Perfect. Great.
Wow.
Doesn't lose Burgundy, doesn't lose Belgium, doesn't lose London. Fantastic. Even better for him is that Nicola Taillet snakes Edinburgh here. This ends, probably ends Peter's chances of winning this. We'll see, but it probably does. The East is so much dipsy doodle. I need a blender. I need a blender in order to mix the dipsy doodle so that I can drink it and then digest it and then understand what happened. Okay, starting off, Turkey takes a dot off of Italy. Italy takes a dot off of Austria. Russia takes a dot off of Austria. Austria takes a dot off of Russia. I believe everyone is even here? Yes, right? No. Turkey's up. Turkey's up one. Turkey's up one, and so that means someone's down one. It's got to be Austria.
Austria, I think, right?
Yep. Still, very good Dipsy Doodle. And now we're going to have to ask whether Michalis is in contention to win this. It's
Michalis. It's a two horse race. It's Matthew and maybe Michalis at this point, and the fact that Michalis is in this game is just remarkable.
Nicola's not out of it yet. He's building one here. He's up one. His problem is
didn't he lose one and gain one? Oh, he gained Vienna.
He gained Vienna and Edinburgh.
Yeah, he gained two. Okay.
His problem is that his units are not well placed.
Yeah. The north is a mess, and if Peter decides to punish him if he doesn't see path forward, that's not great.
Yeah. Why wouldn't Peter punish him?
Yeah.
At this point, I think I think the question is whether Michalis can get enough dots here to challenge Matthew. Unless Peter decides to, not go scorched earth on Nicola, but it's hard to see that happening. Not happening, I should say.
All right, exciting year. Let's check in with our sideline.
All right, welcome to Sideline Report for 1907. Man, is this game getting good. All right, so, the battle for Wardy continues. Everyone continues to lobby Wardy. It's a continuing theme. And I think if Wardy was 9 justices on the Supreme Court, every case would be 5-4 with a vigorous dissent. I have no idea. I don't think Wardy knows what he's doing season to season. This one really was Nicola trying to convince Michalis not to go to the Black Sea. Michalis was like, no, I'm going to the Black Sea so I can take Romania. And they said, sort of okay. Meanwhile, if you look at the moves, that's exactly what he does. The only thing sort of note here in the East is after the orders came through, Jackson exclaimed, "Those weren't my orders." But those were his orders. It's just Jackson being Jackson. Okay, Robert.
Yeah, in the West, the interesting story is Matthew Tatanci. As I said before, I'm really impressed how he's taking this. He's probably the least experienced player, at least in terms of top board, and he's putting himself in a very great position. But now he's in a difficult spot because he has retreated from the mat. He seems to have thought that is necessary because GR are coming from him, but he has no really growth right now. He's sort of defending, trying to get Peter to move towards Sweden, but as we see, this is not really working. And as a matter of fact, France and Germany don't talk for a significant portion of this spring turn, which is interesting. So at least half the turn or almost half the turn, they're just sitting in rooms on their own. They have talked, the two of them in the beginning, but after that, there is not that much. Peter tries to get Nicola to go to that actually makes no sense. I don't know what my notes say there. Let's just move to the fall.
Okay. In the fall, remember I said this is very difficult for Wardies. We're 3 sharks, okay? And so I'm going to call this now, poor Wardy. So before the season begins, Peter now the headmaster goes back into a room with Wardy and basically says the opposite. Now, we don't want to give the game away to Michalis, now do we? Wardy starts laughing. He's like, a year ago, everyone's telling me to attack Nicola. Now everyone's telling me to attack Michalis. And everyone's disappointed with me. And, and it was a bit of levity. Meanwhile, this is a lot of Michalis is doing, as we see here, this Wardy thing. He tells Nicola, he goes, I'm basically going to put Wardy into Sev, get his units out of position. You can take back Sev. If I attack Sev, you'll be mad at me, but maybe you won't be so mad as me if I just thwart it. You can take back Sev. Wardy his units will be totally out of position, and then we can just kill Wardy. And there's not really much Nicola can do in this situation, except what he's done here is work with Jackson. Wardy totally expected to lose Trieste, but I don't think even though if you look at the moves from the spring, there was a support order entered for Vienna. I'm positive he didn't see this Vienna move happening. So this is basically nightmare for Wardy. And let's see if he rewards McAllis or somebody else.
Yeah, and in the West, Nicolas very annoyed at Matt. He's telling him, look, you're giving the game to McAllis. But then they come to a fairly fruitful conversation where the deal is, hey, okay, Nicolas is going to go after Germany right now, but in return, France pledges to put at least that one Mao fleet into the Western Med to do something against Turkey, which is not happening. So that's interesting. Yeah, and apart from that, I listened into a conversation where Jackson is trying with all he has to get Wardy to stab McAllis here by saying, look, just give me one. I'm going to take one, and then, McAllis stays even, and we both have still a shot, even though if it's just a slim shot. He's trying to convince Wardy, but Wardy doesn't bite. He says France is probably in too strong a position anyway. He doesn't really care. He admits that it is unlikely that he will top the sport even before these moves, but he's saying, like, look, why would I do that? Even though he sort of agrees what McAllis is saying, he basically outright tells him, no, I will not go against Turkey here, which might have been an influence on the moves that Italy chose to do in the end. All right.
One tip I would give to players is in this mid-game or late mid-game now, we're heading into the end game. The players who are in contention all have a plan. It's not necessarily coming to work, but they're working on their plan with others. And the players that are struggling are the ones that don't have a plan and are just searching, grasping sort of season to season what to do. And so we'll see whose plan ultimately works out, but it's a hell of a game.
Oh, yes, I agree. So let's get back to it. I'm excited to hear what's going on in 1908.
It really is a hell of a game. This is a treat. Thank you to all of our players, and really excited. I'm going to go to you, Adam. What kind of summarize what we just saw?
I feel privileged to be calling this game and watching this game and hearing all of that amazing commentary. I mean, the battle for Wardy rages on, but Wardy, unfortunately, is the one who's losing the battle. Is what it seems like. So, everyone's making their case right now, and it's always interesting, right? Because there's multiple levels. Like we call a game knowing little about what's actually happening in the negotiation, and then we hear some of the negotiation about what people are saying. But there's a level on top of that, which is people saying something, but what are they actually thinking when they're saying that? Right. And I think we're getting into sort of all these meta levels around how people approach this game. And it's just completely fascinating. I don't want to go deeper than that, but I'm just so intrigued by what's going on here.
Absolutely. All right, Brandon, we're going to give you a break. And let's see what our players built in winter of 1907.
Peter's disband is really critical here, I think, in terms of how he is feeling about his chances to win this game, and how angry or not he is at Nicola for the moves that happened last turn.
Yeah,
I'm looking for an army versus a fleet disband. Will say a lot.
So I was going to ask for predictions. So Karthik, I'll start with you. What are you doing if you're in Peter's situation here?
So those are two different things. If I'm Peter, I'm pulling Yorkshire and praying against all odds that I can find a way to win this game. I think Peter's pulling Army Ruhr probably, if I had to guess.
That's what it comes down to, right? I mean, I don't know that Peter can win either way, to be perfectly honest. And Peter probably knows that, but Peter, being Peter, is probably calculating what gives me the best chance to get something, get a dot this year and then be able to get back into the game with a couple of years to play. So I don't know what the right answer is, but I think it's either Ruhr or Yorkshire, and that's going to tell us a lot about his mindset right now.
Yep. Yorkshire.
Yeah,
Yorkshire it is. All right. And then we see Army Warsaw, Fleet Smyrna. And spring of 1908, we are heading towards the later stages of this game. Really exciting one. Spring 1908, Adam.
All right. Interesting shift by France to start moving stuff south. Wow, that's so. I mean, it suggests to me that France and Russia are now seeing eye to eye and are probably having the conversation that, hey, one of the two of us should win this game, so let's stay out of each other's hair, see what we can get, and see how it goes from there. Maybe that was the right move with Ionian going to Tyranian Sea. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what Tyranian Sea is. You know, Wardy can't be thinking that I'm going to try to take French dots at this point. So I don't think Matthew has anything to worry about. On the other hand, you know, maybe doing this, he sends the message to Peter like, yeah, go fight Nicola, because if you fight Nicola, that's my biggest threat right now. So we're all okay. I think the problem with this is, what is Matthew going to do for growth next? And maybe he doesn't need to grow, but I'm not also convinced that 8 is enough to win this game, especially when you picked first.
It's not.
So I think you need to be at 9 or 10, and I don't know what those 9 or 10 are with this moves. Is he going to actually get Tunis? I don't think so. So what is it going to be? I think you need to be looking at like Edinburgh, Holland, Munich, that kind of stuff. And so I think he's focusing in the wrong place, but we'll see. He does go to Burgundy. In the eastern part of the board, you know, we see that Peter definitely is going all out against Nicola. All the way out, is Wardy trying to help
Michalis, yeah.
Michalis? That's what it certainly looks like, supporting him into Serbia. I mean, maybe the idea is that he'll put him in Trieste or something. I suspect that's the idea here, but it definitely looks like Wardy is decided that Michalis is his ally, and he's going to help Michalis if he can't win this game.
I mean, depending on what happens, like, you know, if Michalis wants to, he can be at 8 by the end of this. Sorry, he can be at 9 at the end of this turn and suddenly in first place, right? Like, if he gets given Trieste, let's say he doesn't even take Serbia. Let's say like Austria puts him in Trieste. If Austria's okay with him taking Greece, if like, you know, he's on 9, like, because he's getting Rome. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of get the drop into West, but I'm not sure. Do you really want to be shifting this far? I mean, I don't know.
I mean, the one good thing about it is that it at least makes it a little bit harder for Michalis to cement his gains with Austrian help, right? Because there'll be guesses now that Italy can force on AT around Rome, Apulia, and Naples, along with French forcing guests around Tunis. Like, it forces those units into like where each unit wants to do 2 or 3 things, but can only do 1. But at the same time, like, there's 2 years probably left in this game at a minimum. There's 2 years left in this game at a minimum, almost certainly 3, possibly 4. Like, if diplomatically you cannot solve this issue, Turkey's going to get all the centers he wants. And now you're in the position where you kind of wish you had your fleets in the north, so that if, sort of like we saw in WDC, if people decide, okay, look, if someone's throwing, we should counter throw, and we have like a race to the throwers, your units are in the wrong position to receive the throw. And that could be all the difference in the world, right? And so we'll see what happens.
Maybe had I seen Liverpool to North Atlantic instead of Irish, the whole thing I would have felt a lot less upset about.
Right, because suddenly you can go to Norwegian or Clyde, London can slide into Yorkshire, and you can force Edinburgh, and there are options there. Within Irish, what are you doing there?
Yeah. Maybe that's what upset me the most about it. Your argument about why you should be in West is pretty good, actually. I like that.
So Matthew Tatanci, number 2 in the Virtual Diplomacy League, and number 14 in the DBNI coming into this game. I believe this is the final game of the DBNI season, so it is going to be a meaningful game for Matthew. And I know going into this, there was some signs of perhaps discomfort. And he is definitely showing that he has earned his position in that in his standings through his performance today. But this has been a very big choice, and I think we're going to find out if that's going to pay off. And then the other storyline I did want to kind of set up a little bit is Christopher Ward is right on the bubble for the DBNI right now. So I believe going into this game, he was in 29th. So unlike many of our top boards that we cover on DBN, the standings in this game will count towards the final league score. So even if somebody can't end in first, if they end up with these points added, it could influence how their end of game standings or end of year standings are in the league, which could then count towards their DBNI standings. So something else to just throw out there to keep an eye on that these players may be considering as we get to this stage of the game.
Are you running this one, or am I, Adam?
I'll call it. I mean, really interesting. So Matthew does a whole lot of nothing. He goes back to Piedmont. I think he's guessing that there'll be a self-bounce. The Tyrrhenian Sea and Ionian will bounce in Tunis, and he's supporting one of them in, which doesn't happen. What's really interesting is the move from Edinburgh to Clyde, with North following into Edinburgh, and it looks like Nicola and Peter are now on the same page. I can't say whether that was arranged for Peter to take Edinburgh back or not, but I have to only suspect that it was, because he's getting Nicola to move, not be any pressure on Denmark. He's moving Silesia back into Munich. So this sounds like maybe the price of that agreement. In the East, there's a whole bunch of red supports, so I can't tell what's actually happening there. But needless to say, Nicola takes Trieste and holds it, and Nicola retakes Sèvres. So seems like not a terrible turn for him. I think he's probably going to be even.
One thing that can we see the orders around Vienna and Trieste?
Everybody supported.
Oh, okay. It was just one support.
This stuff was getting cut. The orders were all supporting things that actually did what they said they were going to do. It's just a bunch of cuts.
Yeah. It was just the Trieste one that got looped around the confusing. Okay, cool.
And a good guess by Michalis not to cover Naples, right, or Tunis.
Right.
That's real. I mean, that's bold, and neither got covered, and nobody went to either. Man, imagine that could have gone very differently if Naples and Tunis were both taking this turn.
Though it wouldn't have made any difference, though, right? Because tapping Apulia didn't actually help anything.
What would have made a difference if Apulia went to Naples and if Western?
Right. But what I'm saying is, like him choosing not to be defensive there and cover Naples didn't actually help him strategically.
Well, I think the idea is if Apulia is the supporter, though, and
right.
And I mean, obviously that's the idea here, right?
Yes. And I think it was a good idea. I'm just saying that it didn't neither way.
As it turned out, yeah. As it turned out.
Michalis taking some risks on those, and both or all of it.
Suddenly tied for board top.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, technically in the lead because he's got
the tiebreaker. Tied for board top and in the lead because he picked late.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Wow. All right. Whoops. That's all right. We'll get a little sneak preview about our winter 1908 adjustments before we see our sideline. So we've got Army Kiel and Fleet Smyrna Army Con. Our disbands from Jackson are in Apulia and Adriatic, choosing to keep Venice. Let's go ahead and check in with our sideline reporters, and then we'll do another round of Who Do You Like?
All right, as nightfall defends here in Houston, Texas, we are watching players scramble. Everyone who's in it is trying to win. The big news coming out of fall 1907 is the way Nicola Taillet's walking into Edinburgh sort of upset the balance here, and is a big topic of conversations as we move to spring 1908. Nicola was supposed to support Denmark to North Sea, and he didn't do it. He stabbed because he knew he was losing. So that starts off, as we head into spring negotiations, and you can move the map forward. Nicola here is saying, I needed to get Michalis' attention by getting a build, and that's why I did it. It wasn't meant to be personal. And so the issue here is, what's Wardy going to do now? He had a really bad fall 1907, and he basically tells Michalis that he's happy if McAllis gets his dots through him, and is almost sort of, I wouldn't say have given up, but understands he's not going to win. McAllis is like, Wardy, we can keep you in this game. Like, we can keep you in this game. You don't need to be this way. There were moves suggested where Ionian would go to Tunis, and Naples would go to Rome, and McAllis really trying to work on his Wardy management here, and saying, I'm not going to do that to you unless, it's near the end and we need to do it. One of us is going to win this game, and is in sort of total control. So as we see the moves, they must have messaged about Ionian and Tyrrhenian, because the deal was that there would be an exchange of Serbia for Tunis, but Wardy didn't do that. The major upset here was Jackson going Tunis to Apulia, and the retreat of Vienna into Trieste, which created a lot of issues for the fall.
Yeah, in the West, the interesting question was, what is Matt gonna do? He sort of pulled everything back to the northwestern side of the board in the year before, and he had conversations with Russia, who really wanted to see him go to the Med, with Germany, who said, like, look, I'm probably not in it for the win, but if you keep me around, I'm happy to work with you, help you a little bit against Russia. Interesting is that he decided to sort of play nice with both, and obviously decided, going for Turkey is the nice move, is the right move. That's what he wants to do here. And if we go to the fall, how does it look in the East?
Okay, so a couple of things. Peter came into a room with McAllis and Nicola and said, Nicola, and McAllis, France is going to win if Nicola does not give me a dot. And they said, which dot do you want? And they agreed it was Edinburgh, and they agreed on that. Wardy and McAllis, Wardy says he's gonna go to Rum, and he wants support from Black Sea, from Sev to Rum. He's going to try and get back. And so he knew Sev, he didn't want his unit stranded there. McAllis says, fine. Meanwhile, McAllis goes into a conversation with Nicola. Nicola's like, I need Sev back, and you can't support it. Nicola's like, you can have Sev. Take Sev. And exchange, what I want you to do is to tap Venice. Because in McAllis's mind, as he said, this is a game between either prioritizing Tunis for him or knocking Jackson out of the effing game. And he needs Jackson out. And so they reached this deal where, even though Sev was already gone, that Nicola could have Sev, but Trieste was supposed to tap Venice, which didn't happen. And Serbia was supposed to hold, which didn't happen. So there is no Turkish-Austrian cooperation, Russian-Turkish cooperation on this board. McAllis gave nothing to Nicola that Nicola wasn't already going to get. It looks like McAllis is going to be the big dog coming out of the East here, and we will see if he can catch up to France.
Yeah. Peter is telling everybody who would like to listen that he's not going to throw the game, that he wants a competitive finish. He's trying to paint it in a way that he is not in there for the win anymore, even though that might not be entirely true. But he's definitely saying, okay, I'm going to fight for every dot I can get. I'm not just going to hand dots over to anybody. Peter asks Wardy if he is sort of giving the game to McAllis. Wardy says, no, that's not really what I'm doing. I can't really defend from the stab if it's coming, but I'm not just going to move out. And then in fall, we see France is trying to convince Austria to go to Tunis. If I heard it correctly, there was talk again with Turkey that Austria could go into Tunis here. In the end, Austria is pretty much committed and stays with Turkey and is not going to Tunis. So let's see how this continues, and we'll see each other again in the next year.
Man, this is one really, really good game. Brandon, I know you've been watching on the sidelines. I'm going to give you a chance to kind of help set us up. Where are we in the game, and what are the storylines at this stage?
To be honest, I think we're at a point now where it is McAllis's game to lose, and I believe that Russia and Germany, Peter and Nicola, moving on France will simply guarantee that Turkey wins this. I'm surprised that they made this move at this point, because they don't seem to have a lot to gain from it. And Michalis has done an extraordinary job of coming back into this game. And the other powers don't seem to recognize that Wardy is essentially on Michalis' team and will be for the rest of the game. I don't see a reason why Wardy would change at this point. So I don't see how Michalis loses this, to be honest.
So Brandon, we'll take that as your pick. Adam, I'll go to you next. First, do you agree? And if you do, is there someone else that you think also has a good chance?
Top boards at this stage of the game are won by the hearts of the people who are not going to win. And I think Michalis has that right now, and the willpower on the board to stop him is just not there. At least from what we have seen so far, that could certainly change, but I don't see it changing based on the dynamic that we've seen the past couple of years.
Perfect.
Yeah, I think that there is an outside chance for France to win. I think Turkey has a really good one, but the way that France wins, I think, is finding a way for his way into Tunis. Easier said than done. If Wardy wants Turkey to win against no matter what, Michalis will win. But if Wardy wants to play for himself to some degree, while preferring Michalis to anyone else, there's a chance for France to find a way forward. The only other way I can see it happening is if there is a distaste left in Peter and Nicolas' mouth by how Wardy is helping Michalis, in which case there is some avenue for France to get some dots.
Peter and Nicolas have to change course here for this to have any other end game. If Peter and Nicolas are still together and still fighting France, there's just no way. Mathieu just doesn't have the ability to get more centers, and Michalis does. And Wardy's not changing sides at this point.
Yeah, I'll offer one possibility here, and that's that Mathieu and Nicolas get together and find a way to carve up Peter. Peter's dots are not useful. Peter's dots are not, but this is what should have happened last year, to be honest.
Yeah, right.
This was a strategic mistake on Nicolas' part, and perhaps on Matthew's part diplomatically as well for not making this clear. But Peter's dots, if they're not heading east, they're of no use to anybody. No use to Mathieu or Nicolas.
Well, we are entering the final stages of this game, VDL Championship Game 4, spring of 1909. I'm going to go ahead and have all of you stay on. Adam, I think it is your turn for play-by-play, and then we'll just rotate around every year.
Sure, let's start in the West. And it looks like Nicolas goes back up to the Norwegian Sea, so not really attacking anybody out of Clyde, whereas Peter is forcing the North Sea. So that is going to force Nicolas to retreat back to Skagerrak. Otherwise, not really a lot of aggression going on there. I'm kind of surprised, frankly, by Matthew's moves up to Lyon and Western Med. I guess he's nervous about the Austrians and the Turks moving on there, and he's really just playing defensive right now. He does slip into Venice, though. Meanwhile, Peter slides down to Bohemia, which is kind of an interesting choice. In the east, there's really a lot of red arrows that I see. Michalis attacking Sev. It looks like, as we said before, really Michalis and Wardy working together, which means Michalis taking Greece because, hey, why not?
I have to say that getting into Piedmont is kind of a big deal. It's a dot that we didn't see coming from Mathieu, and he needs every dot he can get. I actually like playing defense with those two fleets. Sending him back north won't do very much. But now Naples has to be protected, and the only unit that can do that is Austrian. So there's actually some jeopardy here for Michalis.
Well, I think he has to lose Rome or Naples, doesn't he?
Yeah, maybe both. And then Tyrrhenian Seas at risk here. Oh my goodness.
Oh, Austria does turn. See, this is what I was talking about earlier. Is that will Austria give up like everything for Turkey, or will he fight for himself while preferring Michalis to all others? Turns out he'll prefer Michalis to all others, but still fight for himself here. He takes Serbia, takes Tunis, and oh baby.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Reports of France not winning this game were premature.
Well, but Peter's up to 7 here with Vienna.
Peter's taking Vienna. Wow.
So
Rumors
Tunis,
of my death were greatly overstated.
Tunis, Serbia. So Michalis is going down 2 here. Ah, wow. Just
Wow.
like that, huh?
I love diplomacy. Yeah, it
To
can
Greece.
turn on a
Is he actually down 2, or is he?
He's lost Rome, Tunis, and Serbia, and is picked
Right,
up
and he's
Greece.
taking Greece. Wow.
That'll be
Oh.
so Wardy's reasons for that will be interesting to hear if we get any insight. That's brutal. Maybe it's DBNI points,
Yeah.
Wardy's on the edge. This may be a play for DBNI points.
Does Peter have a play now?
Yeah.
I mean,
less of one, but yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but where's dot number 8 for Peter, right? Like we need Nicola to give it to him.
Yeah, he can't hold. He can't
Where
hold
was
the-
that number 7? So. All right, well, let's check in with our sideline, see if we can get some insight about this fascinating turn. Let me pull that up, and here we go.
All right. In the beginning of 1909, the big question is, who is the boogeyman? Is it France or is it Turkey? Who is the one everybody needs to focus on? Michalis is in the spring telling Peter that it would be nice if he would put some pressure on France, but he's still so confident that he says, putting pressure on Matt is borderline throwing to me, but sure, I'd love that. At the same time, there are conversations about Germany and France cooperating, Germany going down to Tyrolia in a big alliance with Germany, France, and Russia going against Turkey. If we see the moves, that's not really what's happening. At the same time, it's very clear that Jackson will absolutely support France as he has been doing before, because he's not happy with Wardy and how he played, and that indirectly affects how he sees Turkey, because he thinks that Michalis is only in his position because Wardy didn't play a game that Jackson liked very much. So right now it's pretty much between those two, and the question is, how do the other powers react, and who do they think they need to fight? What did you catch in the spring?
All right. So in the spring, there was an initial 10-minute conversation between Nicola and Wardy, where it was just sort of a battle of recriminations. And Wardy's basically saying he's staying loyal to Michalis. And Michalis and Wardy worked out some moves, which you see here. Nicola then gets into a conversation with Germany, and he's like, move to Bohemia, take Vienna, take it all. Take Vienna. I'll try and get you into Trieste. I'll try and get you into Budapest. And Peter's like, why? And Nicola's like, I'm dying. I don't like the way these guys have played the game. And then as we see these moves here, the initial reaction from Michalis after the end of spring 1909 is, well, Jackson wants France to win, which verifies what you said. He's like, I don't see how France can't win. I'm totally fine, drawing here. And then it was a series of conversations between Germany, Russia, and Turkey. And Michalis is upset that Russia and Germany won't put any pressure on France. I don't think there's any intent to put any pressure on France from either Russia or Germany's side. And I think that they see that the only way they can get dots in the short time remaining is through Wardy. Wardy has the free dots for all the powers in the game. And that, I think, is what you see as we go to fall 1909, Robert, where Wardy sells out, takes dots off of, or takes Tunis, takes Serbia. This surely knocks Michalis' chances. we don't know if there's going to be a draw vote or not, and if there is, we'll be back.
Absolutely. And just to add one thing, that has partly been Peter's work that Wardy is going against Turkey, which is interesting to see. They had a conversation in the very beginning where they sort of came up with this plan and said, like, look, if France would put you into Tunis, if Russia would help you into Vienna, into Serbia, would you do that? So it's interesting to see that Peter sort of pulled those strings behind, and Michalis was very adamant about, Germany and Russia, you need to do something about France, otherwise this game might as well draw. We'll see if that's actually the case.
I don't think Wardy is selling out, by the way. I said that, and that's wrong. I think Wardy's just trying to maximize his position by the end of the game.
Yep, makes sense. That's pretty much in line with what I heard. Okay, so let's see if we have another sideline report or if this is a draw in spring of 1910.
Yeah.
Every player playing for their best position that they can in a championship game. You cannot ask for more than that.
So one thing I want to call out is something that Adam and I talked about a few years ago, right? It was, why haven't we heard Peter and Wardy, their negotiations being mentioned in the sideline report, right? And that was the big crux of why we were wondering why Russia was succeeding so much, why eventually we wondered why Turkey was succeeding so much. Finally, we see what happens when they do communicate, right? We see the game going much better for both of them, and that's just the power of what Germany and Austria can do, even when they're not directly next to each other, in some cases, to achieve grand results in the game. So,
well, Karthik, let's be honest here. We have Peter in Vienna right now.
Yes.
So, I mean, it might be working for Peter. I'm not sure.
Peter's getting but Austria went up 2 from it. So, you wouldn't suddenly lose them.
All right.
I agree. They should have. It seems like there was a lack of communication there, especially earlier in the game when they really could have shifted things. I'm fascinated to see what Matthew builds here. Whether we get an army or a fleet, I think there's a case for Fleet Brest as well as an army, probably Marseille.
Karthik, Brandon, any other predictions besides that?
I mean, I've gotten a bit of whiplash by, how quickly the favorite has changed. I mean, it's clearly back in Matthew's court here. And, this game may only have 1 year left, maybe 2. And so Matthew just kind of needs to play defense here. And I think he's in probably good shape for it, to be honest. May even be able to finagle Tunis out of this.
Yeah, for me, I think with him stabbing Michalis is someone who will throw pretty aggressively. And that's coming from me. So I think that Tunis should go his way. If I'm him, I'm thinking either Fleet Brest just to lock up Mal. Not a huge deal because I don't think Michalis would go there. Or Army Marseille to try and make some defensive line around Burgundy and go to Piedmont if need be as well.
He's got Belgium to worry about here with Peter building an army here. Belgium is at risk. So he's got Belgium.
Maybe.
That would lock it up.
That's fair.
But if the game's going to go it's different if the game goes 2 years, because Peter and Nicola could, in theory, with an extra year, work against him. The problem is, can they work together long enough? To do it?
Yeah, I guess that's the answer.
They know what time it is, right? They know what time it is, so they know whether it's a year or 2, probably.
Yeah, but I've played a lot of timed games by time, not by year, and it's a lot harder. You've got some players that are going to be incentivized to kind of take longer than others, and a lot of times, in my experience, it's right on the border. Like you just oh man, if they click those orders and get them in the box just 1 minute sooner, it can make all the difference. Right. So they do probably have a better sense than we do, but I don't think it's going to be certain.
I have to say, though, I'll be surprised if Michalis doesn't try to help Matthew win here. Support him into Tunis, disband Tuscany in North Africa, support him into Tunis, and then just play defense elsewhere.
Well, let's find out. We get the army in Paris and army in Kiel. The disbands come in North Africa and in Tuscany. And let's go ahead and move into the spring. Karthik, if you'll put you on play-by-play.
Cool. So We see here Russia losing Trieste, with McAuliffe picking it up.
Yeah.
Instead of the thoughts about potentially Turkey helping France into Tunis, we see opting for defense around Naples. But by the same token, that likely means that New Tunis will not be defended too heavily. I mean, unless he wants to go for a brace or something like that. Greece is there to support Hold It Now and Ionia. Never mind. We'll see whether or not there is defense there. We do see Turkey working with Austria around Russia, trying to get Romania to support Armenia into Sevastopol. We do see Germany voluntarily walk out of Vienna to let Budapest into Vienna. And so that's going to be really, really interesting to watch there. As we talked about, it does seem like maybe it will only be a year, given that they've built in Paris. Paris goes to Picardy to defend Belgium. There'll be a guess on Burgundy versus Belgium, but that should be able to be locked down. We do see Russia and Germany working together in the north to try and put some pressure on Liverpool. With the army in Denmark now entering Edinburgh and the fleet successfully making it to Clyde, Liverpool can fall. So the coronation of Matthew may not be the coronation we think it is just yet, because he will go down one.
He's going to pick up Tunis.
Not necessarily. Ionia can support Hold It if it wants to.
Yeah, but why would he?
He could pick up both Tunis and Rome if Turkey wants to help him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Venice is vulnerable, but
Venice is vulnerable only if Turkey is involved in that. Turkey
Turkey has a vested interest in knocking down France, though.
Yeah, but Peter's problem is Nicolas, right? Nicolas sitting in Skagerrak. If you show us where the units are sitting now, Edinburgh can't be taken if Norwegian. Liverpool can't be taken if Norwegian hits Edinburgh. Denmark has to be protected.
And he lost Vienna, and Peter lost Vienna, right? And he's not taking that back. So, wow, it's going to come down to what could be the final turn right here. And if it's 8-8-8 or something else, 8-8, the advantage goes to what? Peter first, then Nicolas, then Matthew, right?
Yep.
Based on Paris, so it may come to that.
All right. Well, fall of 1910, potentially the last turn of this game. Here we go.
It's the big question with. Oh my goodness, he doesn't take Tunis.
What?
Wow.
I mean, Tunis can be taken because, like we said, Anion did support it.
Yeah, Anion did support it.
But Tirhanian goes to Naples, presumably expecting support from Rome. Rome goes to Venice, presumably expecting support from Tyrolia, but gets supported by Turkey instead.
But McAuliffe just squeaked this out. He's taking Trieste and Romania. That gets him back up to 8.
Yeah.
Matthew goes down to 8.
Loses Liverpool.
And Peter's going to be at 8.
Peter loses Vienna.
No, he's going to be at 7. He lost Vienna.
Yeah.
Wow, McAuliffe took it. Wow.
Yeah. Unless the game has one more year, then who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah, McAuliffe breaks all ties for all of the surviving players. So let's see. We are tied at 8 between France and Turkey.
Wow.
Well done, McAuliffe.
Having the tiebreaker.
Wow.
So that was slipping into Romania, and that looks like that was coordinated, right?
And it looks like, but it also looks like Venice supported Trieste to hold, which is a curious thing to do.
But let's see. Yeah, it did.
And we also have Rome not supporting Tyrrhenian Sea into Naples, which is a surprise. I think if you're Matthew Tatanci, you expect that support there.
Yeah, so Jackson Roberts holding out until potentially the last turn of the game and potentially having a huge impact on the final result here. That just shows you once again how important maintaining relationships throughout an entire game can be, and how in a top board, oftentimes it's the small players who make the difference. So we're going to check in with our sideline before we find out if there will be an additional turn or if the game will end here.
All right, we are at the beginning of 1910, and there has not been a draw. The game is still going on, and we have been listening into the conversations. What do you got for us, Ed?
Hell hath no fury like the wrath of Michalis Kemerites. It's very clear that certainly Peter and Nicolas Taillet believe they have a shot at this. And Michalis is just like, no, you don't, because France, I'm not going to defend. This is ridiculous the way you've been playing. And he's very angry. You don't hear Michalis angry a lot. Usually you hear Michalis just sort of be the smartest guy in the room. Now he's just angry. And he's telling everybody that he's angry. And it's having sort of an effect on the board as we move into the spring 1909 moves. Wardy, well, he feels bad about what he did to Michalis here. And so he pledges his loyalty, I think, for the 4th or 5th time to Michalis and gets him back into Trieste. And as we go into the spring, no draw vote. As we go into the fall, no draw vote. And what happened in that spring moves, Robert?
Yeah. Well, it was kind of funny. I mean, Nicolas seemed ready to take a draw vote. He's talking to Peter and said, like, are we just taking a draw vote? And Peter said, well, let's battle it out. Let's see. Peter seems to have more drive in him than Nicolas, even though that might also be an act. But I don't think so, actually. And it was kind of funny hearing Wardy say, like, to somebody else, if he could, he would throw to Turkey, but unfortunately Turkey wants to throw to France. But then towards the end of the phase, he's actually sort of begging Turkey to take his help, and then begrudgingly Michalis takes his support. At least that's what he makes it seem like. So if we go to fall, we don't have the orders just yet, but we can talk about the negotiations anyway. So Germany and Russia seem to be pretty much on the same page, even though it very much seems like Nicolas mainly wants to prevent Michalis from winning, whereas Peter is still in it to win it. He still tries to get something going, even though that might just increase the chance of Michalis actually taking this one home. So a little bit of a different motivation there. Nicolas pledges that if it comes down to a throwing race, he will help Peter. But on the other hand, he is telling Matthew about a convoy he has worked out with Peter. Norway is supposed to be convoy to Yorkshire. And he actually says, Matthew, you know what? I don't want to have any part of this fight in the West anymore. Just bounce me out of there. So, I will not help you. I will not throw to you. I will not attack Peter, but I will also not help Peter attack you. That is kind of what I got in fall. What do you have?
So in the fall, it's almost the battle for Peter at this point. Peter tells Jackson that he will support him into Venice. And he makes that definite promise, which, as we can see, did not occur here. That's because right after he spoke with Jackson, Peter went in to talk to Nicolas, and Peter's argument to Nicolas was, I have to give a dot to it. We have to get France down. We have to do that. And Nicolas was like, you can't do that, or you're just going to give Turkey the game. And Peter goes, no, I don't think so. It's a risk I'm willing to take. And I didn't hear, and I was listening, I didn't hear a change of plans there at all. But clearly Peter changed his mind about helping Jackson into Venice.
Yes, absolutely. So let's see how it goes. This could have gone very different ways. I heard as well that for a long time Jackson had pledged to support France into Naples. That would have changed a lot. Let's see how the last game year will end up.
It's getting fantastic coverage from our sideline reporters. Ed and Robert have such a good insight into both the game and the players. They're able to really hone in on what the important conversations are. Really appreciate having them. All right, so we are in the final, potentially the final turn. So let's just pretend if this game is going to go on one more year, potentially. What would these adjustments look like? And does Michalis have this game locked? or what are some of the things we might be looking for?
McCallus has this game won. If Wardy is going to continue helping him, yeah, Army. In the only thing that could stop it is Peter throwing dots to Matthew. For me, McCallus puts down 2 armies, gets them into position, and I mean, I think only one of them could be useful. Maybe, I'm not even sure, but yeah, with 1 game year left, this is over.
Germany could still win in theory. It would require incredible throwing efforts by Russia, but that is still a possibility as well. And I bring that up purely because of the fact that Nikolai did mention a willingness to do so if it came down to it.
All right.
Jackson could help with Naples. The problem is McCallus can get 2 dots here, and Matthew needs to get multiple dots. And he also needs to not lose any.
And he's pulling. And he's pulling.
And he's pulling a unit. Yeah. No, this is over. Yeah. There are two moves here in this past year that I think determined this. One was Matthew supporting McCallus into Trieste, and Peter taking Liverpool. Yep.
All right. Well, let's find out if the game ends here. And well, actually, before I do that, our disbands, we've got Norwegian Wales. We've got a double army build as predicted by Brandon. So spring of 1911, is the game over? It is not. So 1 more year. Brandon, I'll put you on play-by-play. Let's see the final turn of this championship game.
I mean, so look, Peter's going to get some dots here. I think, the tactics around those home centers are not great. So Peter ends up getting into Picardy, gets Belgium, gets in position to take London, which he won't be able to do because he didn't get Wales. So Matthew did nice defense there over Wales. In the south, we've got some interesting dipsy doodle. Matthew is supported into Rome here. I'm not sure what the point of that is, unless it's to get the fleet out of the way so that McCallus can either take it or be supported into it. McCallus takes Sevastopol, so goes up 1 and is in Bulgaria in position to take Serbia. Trieste is going to be at risk, so it's not over yet. But I don't. Yeah. Tunis is also at risk here. Yeah. I guess the problem with Serbia is that there's a retreat to Greece, but this is where you negotiate. This is where McCallus negotiates with Christopher and does some calculations to show him what his standings place will be, and so forth.
Yeah, unfortunately, if you're Germany or France here, you really need to negotiate a flip of a coin or something like that to have any chance of winning. Because if you're fighting it out, duking it out, neither of you have any chance. So.
Okay, well, let's move on to the final turn of the championship game, fall 1911. Here we
go. I think Peter has nipped it. He
loses Munich.
But he picks up Vienna, picks up Norway, and picks up Belgium. So he's up to 9. And McCallus is up 1-9. McCallus wins on a tiebreak.
Yep, losing Munich was everything.
Wow.
Final standings for the 2023 season. We say congratulations to champion Michalis Kamaridis. Absolutely fantastic. This is, in my opinion, another classic game. This has just been fabulous. Adam, I'm going to start with you. Just quick thoughts on the game that you saw, and just what was your takeaway?
I don't even think any of us saw this in 1904, 1905, right, where McCallus was hanging on by a thread. So, I mean, that's just masterful, right? Yeah, I mean, it was fought out. It's it's just amazing with this caliber of players that the twists and turns and the number of players who are in this game until the end is just fantastic, right? I mean, it really was a four-way horse race for a lot of the game, but it really, it always teetered on an edge, and just masterful work by McCallus to pull it off.
Karthik?
Yeah, no, I think this is a fantastic game with a lot of unpredictable and weird and fun twists and turns. It was a true roller coaster to watch. I don't think anyone could have seen this coming at various points, even as late as 1906, 1907, that we perhaps could see that McCallus may win in 1908, but you could not have predicted that it would have gone this way, with Wardy flipping back and forth and putting McCallus up and then putting him back down again and then finally putting him back over the top, with Germany and France doing this dipsy doodle while Russia puts him into Norway. All these things made it a really, really interesting game to watch play out as a top board. You have all the weird vagaries of a top board come into play where people decided who they wanted to win and who they didn't want to win and put varying levels of effort into that happening. So really, really fun game to watch. Very, very interesting one for sure.
Brandon?
Man, this was an exciting game. I don't know if it was an extremely well played game. This is a game where nobody really took control. Players, I think, took turns being on the verge of being in control. And then for one reason or another, either their own doings or other people's doings, lost that opportunity, only to see it come back, go to someone else, see it come back. In the end, though, it comes down to a specific finish line, and people saw the finish line, and the one who figured out how to get his toe across first was McCallus. And when it comes down to it, that's what matters. I think we'll be able to go back and look at the tactics of this last year, and people will, I think, probably do some forehead slapping, given how close it was. It's a photo finish. It's exciting, and for a season that I think whirled about a lot, this was a fitting conclusion to it. Congratulations, McCallus.
Yeah,
well done.
Absolutely. Well, I will say the trend of the year of Turkey in 2003 continued in no small part by the continued success that McCallus had at playing that country throughout the year. I think that those statistics were definitely inflated somewhat by some of his scores, and once again showing all of us, I'll use the I think it was Galaxy Quest, never surrender, never give up, or something along those lines. He's managed to show us just keep on fighting and get some good opportunities, put yourself in place to take advantage of it. Good things can happen. So enough talking from me. Let's invite the winner himself into our studio, McCallus Kamaridis, VDL 2003 champion. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
As you said, mathematically guaranteed, right, McCallus?
It was, yeah. Math saved me where skill didn't.
There was plenty of skill. McCallus, I'm going to just start with you before we dig into the game at all. Just what was the one lesson that you learned from this game that's going to stick with you?
Be forgiving. I don't think anyone expected me to forgive Wardy after what he'd done to me repeatedly, and the fact that I did is what won me the game.
Well, can you talk us through that negotiation in that spring?
Yeah, so that was after he knocked me down when I was joint top. Basically, I was very angry, but I was play acting some of that anger. I didn't even go to Wardy there. I just raged and raged and raged in public, raged to people privately until Wardy felt bad enough to come to me himself. And Wardy came to me himself, and that got me back in the game. Rather than me going straight to him and trying to turn it around, I definitely had to play that up somewhat to get that going. I think I was in a pretty poor position on the board. I didn't really think I was in a chance to win still, but I needed people to think that I was fuming so that they might throw me a bone so that I could get back into it.
You not only got Wardy back on side here, which is, you know, a remarkable feat of what's the word, of forgiveness. But there's another word that'll get me in a second. But you got Matthew in Venice to support you into Trieste. How did you do that?
I told Matt that I wanted him to win. And that was partially true in that out of the people on this board, if I didn't win, you may not supposed to rank people, but Matt hadn't lied to me at any point. We'd been honest and forthright throughout, and I think he played the West really, really well diplomatically. And I was happy for Matt to win if I didn't. I was obviously playing for myself as well, but Matt put me in Trieste rather than deal with the Nicola Peter situation, because Nicola had also, I think, sort of given up on the game at this stage and was very much in Peter's corner. I may be wrong. There was a lot of disagreement about this after the game, but Nicola seemed to be more interested in me not winning than in stopping Peter or Matt.
Interesting, because Nicola's not out of it at this point, not by a long shot.
No, I agree. I was pretty annoyed at how they hadn't gone for Now or Clyde on the turn they'd attacked me. Like, I think the attack on me was very reasonable, but the fact that they didn't follow up against Matt at the same time was what let Matt stay in the mid and have such a good position that if Wardy hadn't helped me there, I think Matt does win pretty comfortably.
So, McCullis, I'm going to take us back. Let's see if I can remember where it was. Yeah, let's talk through this phase of the game. This was not looking great, and you managed to get back into Bulgaria. That's where I'm trying to find. So,
Well, first, can you talk about the retreat to Adriatic?
Yeah.
So I hadn't moved to Greece expecting to get it. It was a trust but verified moment.
This is earlier.
Sorry.
While we're waiting for McCullis to come back.
Yep.
Yeah, it's earlier, significantly earlier.
Oh, sorry.
Right here. Yeah. No, you missed it.
This one.
No. Go forward. Next one.
This one.
There we go.
Great.
Yeah.
All right. Looks like we
Have lost our champion.
lost McCullis.
He says he DM me says he's coming back in. Shall we bring in
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll bring in the commissioner of the Virtual Diplomacy League, Zachary Moore. Zach, welcome.
Hello, gentlemen. Good work on the broadcast. Happy to sub in for McCullis and take any questions that you have for him.
So yeah, in 1907, can you comment on the negotiation? No, I'm just kidding.
Zach, how did you manage to arrange such a photo finish to what was a tight race for the entire season?
Wow, yeah, it was. It always just ends up being that way in VDL these days. I don't know what it is, but you get these top sevens where 3 or 4 of them are in it till the very end, and then they're bitterly throwing to, or not really throwing, but either kind of 2 of them siphoned down to the last year. And even in this last year, you had 3, right? With France slipping into Munich, the 3-way tie, and coming down to that tiebreaker. How do I do it? It's all charisma. It's all kind of pitting people against each other and letting that drive them to be better.
Well, Zach, you get to We've got McCallus back on, so you can definitely get some insight about how you've managed to secure that amongst your own players. But we'll get back to the important question here. Brandon, you were asking about this retreat.
Yeah, just what this was a surprise to us, and it seemed very very aggressive on your part. The stab didn't work, but then you fully committed.
It wasn't a stab. I didn't expect to get Reese that turn. Wardy had told me that this was what was happening, but I did fear that Wardy would be going for ball with Nicola. So that was a defensive cover to stop a support, and it was the best way I could come up with to actually defend Bulgaria. It's not the best overall, but I think it was the best I could come up with in that moment. And I went to Adriatic so that I could keep working with Wardy, so that I could put him into a pool here, as you saw my next turn. I wasn't trying to attack Wardy there.
Did Wardy believe that?
Well, Wardy didn't go for it the next turn. I don't know whether he believed me or not, but I knew that Nicola was going to stab me. It had been coming for a while, and that's why I went to Ankara, so I had the ability to cover on without leaving Ankara wide open if I chose to in the fall. But yeah, I tried to work with Wardy that turn, then was out-persuaded.
So putting Wardy into Romania here was never really going to happen?
Wardy wasn't interested. I'd been trying to get Wardy to go up to Budenser, and he hadn't done it, and yeah.
But then you got him to walk out here, yeah.
This turn was massive. It was, the spring went through. I was under attack from everyone, and this is Turkey, and I'm going to die. And I cut some deals with Jackson relatively early on. You can see Jackson actually supported me to Bulgaria there. But I spoke to Wardy again at the end, and we managed to get on the same page that if I lost centers, the only person taking them would be Nicola. And if Nicola had all of my dots, all of his dots, and all the Scandinavian dots, Nicola would win the game. And this was an argument that I made to Wardy, and Wardy eventually agreed. And then my moves were really deliberate here. I could have supported myself to Con, but then Jackson gets to retreat to Aegean Sea. I could have bounced Armenia, but then Romania is really difficult to take next. I wanted Nicola out of position in Armenia so that Romania was vulnerable. I wanted Jackson's fleet piffed so that I would have a walk into Tunis and not have to worry about any unit except for Armenia and Black. And that was a real scramble in the last 3 minutes of a turn to sort of arrange that all, both in my mind and as the conversation with Wardy developed, actually put the right moves in correctly.
But how did you know that?
You mentioned that, right? But my issue with that is you have no way to actually defend Ankara in the fall unless you do diplomatically negotiate it with Austria.
This is full turn.
Yeah, he means the next
year. Sorry, in the spring of next year is what I meant.
Yes,
was that just the risk that you're willing to take in order to make him go for Romania, or was there?
Yes, I believed that my pitch to Wardy was stronger if he would actually be able to take Rum, and I think if I block Armenia there, Rum is really difficult, and it's really hard for me to keep him on side another turn. Yeah, I think by doing it this way, I put all of the risk in my court, but I give Wardy a clear path that, hey, look, you can take that dot, we can work, and that was how it worked out.
Perfect. Yeah, it's great. If
I knew I'd be getting Tunis, so I wasn't that bothered if I lost Ankara. I wouldn't be pulling.
Right. And your argument to Wardy is that Nicola is going to be the one to get the dots if he works with if he works with him, and so basically leaving Ankara helpless just reinforces that argument. So yeah, that's great.
Exactly.
Brilliant.
It's great. All right, so the next one I wanted to ask about was this negotiation. You were very much bottled up, very spread out, and even though you were my pick to win this game, I had written you off by this point. So
I thought you were saying you picked me at this point. I was going to say that's a really impressive pick.
No, I did not. So what was your mental state at this point, and did you expect that you would be able to come back from this point?
I believe that I had a real path forward here because Bulgaria is with the agreement of both Wardy and Nicola. that was not a stab on Wardy. I had got Wardy to agree to walk out for me to take it and told Wardy that Nicola was convoying me into it. But I could do it in a way that Nicola thought I would be on side because I was doing every move that was against Wardy that he'd asked me to make. So it was a very much hedge my bets and be able to work with either sort of move. I didn't realize that Matt was going to pull out of the med, but that was obviously fantastic because it freed up my fleet to go after Jatson. And at that point of the game, I had identified that I needed to get Jatson's fleet off of this board. That Jatson's fleet was the biggest drawback to me ever putting pressure on France, and France was winning. And so my priority from here, I didn't care which one of Nicola or Wardy I worked with. I was open to either. I think it worked out that I worked with Wardy because it just made more sense. But Jatson's fleet was the priority. And the other thing was that Nicola, he knew he'd be pulling. And so the deal we'd made was that he puts me into bull and pulls black off the board. And so he pulled black off the board, and then I went into black anyway. But I had the option if I didn't want to.
If he doesn't pull black there, what happens?
Then we're fighting to the death. I build a fleet in Smyrna anyway, but it just comes around to Angora and I go and force black, and that's all that happens, I think, is I'm fully on board with Wardy.
Yeah, I think Ed and Robert Schupa did a really good job of really highlighting that particular negotiation. And in my personal opinion, that deal to get rid of that fleet was probably one of, if not the biggest, it was definitely among the biggest moments of this game.
Absolutely. I fully agree. It was that whole turn was huge in that I could move to bull with Wardy's agreement, and I could keep Nicola on side or thinking I was on side and have options. And then the fact that Matt moved out of the med as well was sort of like the icing on the cake at that point. And at that point, it's like, all right, game on. Now we can go and try and win.
Yeah, Nicola and Peter were in a real bind because they felt like they had to fight Matthew and in order to have a chance to win. And that just played into your hands.
They did it really ineffectively. I like this turn in particular. I didn't understand, but in the spring as well, they'd had a guarantee on Belgium in the spring and hadn't gone for it. They'd moved to Bohemia instead of Tyrolia. There were a lot of moves at that point that were really frustrating me personally because it felt like they were doing what they could to contain me, and fair enough, I was a threat, but they weren't doing the job on the other side at the same time, and that's not a great position to find yourself in. So I was definitely like, when the move went through and I play acted the anger, but I wasn't really play acting the anger against them because I was pretty annoyed that they hadn't sorted something out to deal with France at the same time. And yeah, it worked out, and it was a very exhaustive process to put on the emotions to convince people to help me from here. But it was definitely, I was really surprised that they, for example, had gone after Vienna instead of Venice and not gone for Belgium. There were a lot of things that were confusing me in negotiations with Peter and Nicola.
Did this taking of Vienna here, was that a big point in your favor when you negotiated with Wardy next?
Absolutely. They had convinced Wardy he'd have a path back into the game, and then they'd stabbed him while he stabbed me, and that was why he was so willing to turn around. He felt bad I put the act on, but he was also legitimately annoyed at them for going to Vienna here and for not dealing with France. And I made that case to everyone that they hadn't been dealing with France. I even made that case to France that they hadn't been dealing with France. And yeah, eventually they do at this stage start dealing with France, which obviously I would need to win as well.
Well, Michalis, congratulations on a absolutely fantastic, entertaining game. Really enjoyed watching it. I learned several things from watching this game, and congratulations on getting that top board win.
Thank you very much. Long time coming. It's not quite Jamal's championship belt, but I can hold my Dixie medal up again, and I'm a champion twice now.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Michalis.
All right. Well, with that, we're going to bring on Zachary Moore back to the stage. And Zach, why don't you close out this very exciting season?
Yeah, Brian, the four of you, thank you. It was a great game. It was a fitting ending to the year, like you all touched upon. The fact that it was the sixth seed jumping up, kind of adding to the drama of late season Virtual Diplomacy League games. That all you need to do is get yourself in the room, a chip in a chair, and you've got a chance to win it. With Virtual Diplomacy League, we had a real high watermark this year in terms of, and I want to see what it is. 87 players played this year, and that's the most since you pulled it up. That's the most since our first year, which was when everyone was locked in their home and they had nothing to do but respond to my dozens of pings begging them to play. So VDL is going on the upswing, and the reason it is really is the players and the environment that they're creating at the games. It was a year where a lot of players were welcoming, but welcoming and competitive in their games, kind of not letting one get in the way of the other. It was a lot of new players jumped in, enjoyed their experience at VDL in VDL because of the environment there. But players were always playing to win, and players were always playing to maximize their score and get their way to the top board. And I think that environment is what brings a lot of appeal and what has made it fun. So I just kind of set up the games, but you saw it come to a head there in the championship game. Players grinding against each other, sharpening each other, making each other better throughout the year, and then you get a quality game like that. Also wanted to shout out, if I'm just on a soapbox here, which I'm gonna go ahead and assume I am. There are more ways to play Virtual Diplomacy than ever, and I want to highlight a few. Gary Sturley runs the Tour of Britain, which you covered here, won by an actual Brit this year. Was it Bradley? Is he the reigning king? I don't want to misname the monarch. Bradley Grace, current Tour of Britain champion. That's been running for a couple of years, but a couple of more regional language-specific virtual leagues have really started to gain steam this year, which I think is a great thing. The Snake Pit for Australia has been run by Josh Hennessy, who is a VDLer. That's played at times. I think they're running roughly monthly games that are played at times friendly for players in the Asia Pacific region and in Australia, New Zealand. That's been getting a lot of play. There's a joint European Super League, which, Brandon, I know you're a Liverpool fan or something. Try not to get too upset by the word Super League, but there's some sort of European Super League forming with the Dutch and German hobbies combining. I think it's called the 7 Years' War.
Dutch, German, and French.
German, and French hobbies combining to play in the 7 Years' War League. So they're doing some games. I think they've arranged it so that some games are in Dutch, some are in French, some are in German, some are in English.
That's right.
They've mixed together all the languages. So that's a really exciting one. I'd encourage you, if you speak any one of those four languages, to check that out and support that project, because the more these kind of regional and linguistic specifics league, that's a bad sentence, but the more these different language leagues succeed, I think that's going to help VDL and help the overall landscape. And the one more I have to highlight, I know I've taken a lot of mic time here, but there's a Spanish speaking league as well that has been running kind of behind the scenes for months. It was featured on David Hood's Deadline on this channel, diplomacy.nol, NOL. And if you go into the VWDC server, there's a link to their server. They've got, I think, like 20 or 30 Spanish-speaking players playing somewhat regularly. So check one or all of those out, depending on how many languages you speak. I think it's going to be a great year for virtual diplomacy in 2024.
Zach, thank you for highlighting all of those different ways to play. You just actually saved us a couple minutes. Some upcoming leagues. If you want to get involved, here are some of the dates for those events Zach's just talked about. So we get the Nexus Press League. If you want to play Extended Deadline over asynchronous play, they do games every 2 weeks. Next wave starting January 28th. Snake Pit, which is the Australia Oceania time zone primarily, also on the 28th. It's a virtual face-to-face league, 7 Years War. And then Tour of Britain starting March 9th, and Virtual Diplomacy League kicking it off again on March 30th. I have also been in contact with the organizers for several of those leagues, and we're going to try and get some of those featured here on League Night, which will also return on that March 30th for the first Virtual Diplomacy League kickoff. Anything else you want to say, Zach, before we bid you farewell?
Congrats, McCullis. Great game. Well earned. I can't believe he came back from the dead like that. But would an American please win this league, if only to save me shipping costs on these damn T-shirts? I'm sick of sending these over the ocean.
All right, Zach. Congratulations on another fantastic league. This format of play that you helped popularize and bring to the masses, I think has been one of the biggest contributions to the diplomacy hobby as a whole. And I know I am extremely grateful for everything you put into it. Have a good one. And if one more thing I will do before we head out, actually two, I lied. We have a couple more ways to get involved. We just highlighted our leagues. I want to highlight some upcoming tournaments. So we've got the North America DipCon at Cascadia. That's in Vancouver, Canada, February 3rd and 4th. Melbourne is having the Melbourne Open in March 2nd to 3rd. Adam, I'll let you do a shout out when we return about Whipping Open in San Francisco. VWDC is doing a spring tournament. This is a virtual face-to-face tournament that's on the VWDC Discord server, April 27th and 28th. The World Diplomacy Championship is in Milan, Italy this year, May 31st to June 2nd. DixieCon, May 25th to 26th. Regatta in Denver, July 12th to 14th. Carnage is November 1st to 3rd in November. And there are several others that will be happening that we don't have confirmed dates for. So stay tuned to, you can go to the diplobn.com website. That's our website. And you can go to the schedule tab, and that has all of the upcoming events that I am aware of as I update them. And if there's something that you would like to see added, you can email us at info@diplobn.com, or you can message me on Discord on the VWDC server. Brandon, you want to give a quick shout out for the for Whipping?
Sure, I can do that. Well, first of all, next weekend is DipCon in Vancouver. So I just want to say, if there's any undecided people who have time and can book a last-minute trip to Vancouver, man, it is going to be such a great time. I think 3 out of the 4 of us that you're seeing on the screen are going to be there at least. So you'll get to meet us in person and many other really amazing players, and it's just a fun time. So really highly encourage that. I think the next big standalone tournament after that is Whipping, which I hope run in San Francisco. Actually, it's the first time it's been in San Francisco in quite a number of years. We've held it in San Jose for a while, but we're back in San Francisco this year. Really excited. It's, again, another really fun tournament. It'll be, we're not a DipCon or anything like that this year, so it'll be a little bit more low-key, but really always a good time. Everybody who comes really always enjoys it. 3 rounds of diplomacy. And we're getting ready to host World DipCon in 2025, so this will be kind of a preview of what it's all about. So I think hopefully in the show notes we'll have some links, but Whipping's a really good time, March 23rd and 24th this year in San Francisco.
Awesome. And finally, we have the Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational that will be played We've got 3 broadcasts that we're going to be doing in February. The First Chance games are going to be Saturday, February 17th. Broadcast time is going to be at 3 p.m. Eastern. The Last Chance round will be on Sunday, February 18th at 3 p.m. Eastern. And the championship game will be on Saturday, February 24th, the following weekend. The start time is to be determined. We've got to figure out who will be participating in that game before we set it. Most likely it will be 6:30 p.m. Eastern time, but that has not been finalized. We'll update you after we find out who our players will be. Brandon, you want to just give a quick summary of the DBNI, and then we'll say farewell to everybody.
Yeah, the top 28 players from last year's tour, which concluded today with this championship game, will be invited to the Invitational, and the top 28 will play in a semifinal round, and then the top remaining 21 will play in a last chance round, and then the 7 winners of those winner-take-all games, all of them, will play in the championship game. I believe we will have a new number 1 seed after today. You will reveal that on Countdown sometime later this week. So that's one thing to look at. Also, my quick calculation suggests that the 28th player may have changed as well. So stay tuned to find out whether that's the case.
Yeah, it's going to be, I am helping to organize a lot of this year and watching those scores very closely. It is going to be really, really tight. I had some ideas going into it, and I still am not sure. So yeah, definitely stay tuned for Countdown. Zach and I are going to be working on that. Should have that released pretty quickly. And we'll get those standings out. Players that are in contention, you should be getting updates very soon. And I look forward to seeing you all in chat during our broadcasts. Those are last year's games were just fantastic, and this year I think will be as good, if not better. Yeah. All right. Well, I want to thank each of you for joining. Brandon, Adam, Karthik, really, really fun stream today. Brandon and Adam, it feels like we kind of got the band back together. Karthik, you became quickly a member of that core team. So it's been fun to kind of go back to 2020 a little bit in the good ways. And I want to also make sure I shout out Hal Schild for the work that he did in producing our videos. Really fun interview packages that he put together, and our sideline reporters. We've got just so fun to see Ed and Robert. They do such a good job with that. And most importantly, thank you all for watching, for participating in chat. And Brandon, I'll let you close out the show.
Brian, I just want to say from all of us, thank you very much for hosting this. You've been on screen the entire evening. And as always, you've done a masterful job of herding us cats. And it's been a pleasure to be with you tonight and for these past almost 4 years now as a co-founder of this network. So thank you very, very much.
Well, thank you.
And with that, we will echo Siobhan Nolan, who has created our universal sign-off. Stay safe and stab well.
All right. Good night, everybody.